Name game. Hello, everyone. Hello, hello, hello. I am Trooper SJP, and this is the Academic Foxhole, and it is a Saturday, and mm, we're here together. We're hanging out. Also, wait. There you go. I've got like the PS4 blaring in my ears, and I don't want it to because, I want to hear you talking, but I actually can't. Look, I know this is really weird because I cannot actually hear you talking. That's not a thing that is real, but I kind of feel like I could. I'm going to put my chat right there. I feel like I could hear you talking. Okay, so what it is this is what it is. I, when I read, hi, everybody. I'm going to share. Uh, so I don't read like apparently many other people read. Some people read like me, I assume, but other people, I think most people don't read like me. I think, perhaps. Uh, Krellin asks, how was travel last night, Trooper? In my game, my spy character had an existential crisis because she was infiltrating an extremely homoerotic gym and no one was attracted to her. Oh, interesting. I thought last night's session of Traveler was really, really good. I have some thoughts about Traveler that I'm going to share. Not bad thoughts, just like, oh, I have thoughts. Do you know what I mean? Do you know how that is? It's about like, I just have some thoughts. And so because I do, I'm going to share them. Ta-da! Uh, Amazing fan art happened. You're gonna be share? Then I will be sunny. Maybe not. That might be bad. But I got you, babe. So I read. I don't read. I mean, I do read. I'm not like Kanye West. I actually read. I totally use different brain regions than the average bun. They're not that effective. So sorry. I listen. I don't. I when I read, I am. What I'm doing is I'm listening to an audio soundtrack in my head, right? So whenever I read words, I see words. So for right now, I'm looking at my camera, and my camera is attached to this monitor, and on the monitor is The Outer Worlds. Press any button. If I look at it, I do not register what it says. Not really. If I want to register what it says, if I want to read it, in my head, I hear The Outer Worlds. Press any button. So I'm actually, when I'm reading, what I'm doing is translating what I'm seeing on text into audio, and then I'm listening to what it is that I'm reading. If you know what I mean. So yeah, it's I'm not like yes, I do read. Wait. I believe this will be the first Today I Learned for the year, right? I think it's is it learn? I can't remember this code. I feel like, is that right? No, that was the wrong one. Oh gosh, oh, what was the command, everybody? I have to find out what it was. So in a way, you're reading out loud to your brain. Yes, I'm reading out loud in my brain is what I'm doing. Barantor says, Mrs. Barantor doesn't see pictures in her head. I see them too much and actually see images instead of words. Oh, I also see images all the time. Add quote. Thank you, Krellin. Add quote. Yes, we learned a new thing. Yes, thank you. I actually like them very much. By the way, Rissa got me these very cool ginger lemon gummies from Haribo, and they're very good. It says that both kids and grown-ups love it, and I like it. Mm, so good. Hestigons or bestigons from Sal. Mm, I'm reading. So, I read out loud in my mind, which has a couple of effects for me. One, I can't speed read. I always wondered how people could speed read, right? And they're like, well, you just kind of like scan the words, but I'm just making my chair taller. If I scan the words and don't read them out loud in my mind, I do not process what it is. If it's just like words, I will not process it really. I will not know what happened. It won't stick. Um, do I read music that way too? No. Um, no. No. I don't think I read music properly. I mean, I read music, but I don't think I read it properly. I think I read it sort of differently. I don't know. Um, Speed read, what is that good for? Where's the fun of that? Well, speed reading is really useful if you have to read a lot of academic text, or like if you're not reading for fun, like if you're reading a novel for fun, no big deal. But if you have to read a whole bunch of academic articles, being able to speed read is good. Like reading for homework and all that kind of a thing. So, or the news, so being able to sort of go through something very quickly when you have to go through 200 pages would be great, but I cannot do it because I cannot read faster than I can speak out loud. Like, the fastest I can read is the fastest that I can speak it in my head. So I can't actually go faster than that. They are really gingery, by the way. Uh, Only read the important bits. That's the trick. But that's the problem. I can't, right? Like I actually have to go through the whole thing, and I cannot process unless I actually listen to it. So if I try to do anything else, what ends up happening is I don't register. I have to like reread and reread and reread the paragraph over and over again until I actually just listen to it. Hey, Lone Ku, how are you? Uh, Antonia Olivia Carla Costa Silva. For the Mars campaign. Hey, DSB. So yeah, I can't speed read and I can't speed up my reading because I'm sort of limited by how fast I can listen to um, something. But that also means with um, I can't read if if there's other sounds going on, right? Like so, I can read with certain kinds of sounds, like maybe like I was listening to some ADHD music, which really is very sort of minimalist, sort of ambient, and that I can do. That's fine. But if there's any kind of audio in the room that will pull away from me listening to reading out loud in my mind, then I actually can't read. So I can't read in noisy environments or environments where there are audio things that will pull my focus because I actually am just reading through my ears. So I can't, yeah. So that's a funny thing about me, right? Uh, Fort Rydax, I think, oh, you read the same way? Oh, because I know that I imagine oh, no one is ever the only person. Do you know what I mean? Like, I do not believe that anyone is the only person in the world that experiences one thing. So I know that other people must also read that way. I feel like it's not the most. I have not run into a lot of people who read that way. Um, Barrington says, interesting. I can just turn off my ears in a way and get sucked into a book where it's almost dangerously detrimental. Oh, that's interesting. Um, because I'm using my ears, I might not notice other things, but anything that is going to draw my attention through my ears is going to sort of disrupt my reading process. Ice Bunny says, so you may use the front part of your brain to read and compensate. Slow reading and getting it is better than reading fast and missing most of the points. Here, the thing is, Ice Bunny, a lot of people who don't, I know a lot of people who do not read the way that I do, and they can read fast and they won't miss any points. Right? You know what I mean? Like they can read, they don't read through their ears, and so they can just like read through very, very quickly, and they won't miss any points at all because they process it in a different way than I do. So I actually, like I can't read fast. I wish I could. I mean, there's fast for me, but it's often slower than some other folks. Uh, there have been moments when I've been pretty good at getting a pretty decent clip, but it's always going to be limited by my how fast I can read in my head. But other people can read super fast and they get all the points. Like, and I think this is really sort of like an important thing. I never think, oh, I'm slow, but at least I get it, and they don't because they get it too. Like, yeah. By the way, y'all, I have a whole topic for you. I have a topic for you. Do not let me forget. It's about compensation. Um, okay, folks, says Rissa, I must go, but at least I got to see. Thank you. I'll see you on Thursday. Yes. No, no. I will get sleep. I just need to make sure that the students let me away. It's been a little bit. It's been a bit of a semester with student needs, and it's not a bad thing. It's just that uh, yeah. Got a bunch of new students, and I was away, right, for a year and a half, and there are a bunch of students who are uh, marginalized, and they don't have a lot of marginalized faculty, and so they want to talk to me after class, and they need to talk to, like, it's important to them to talk to a marginalized faculty, and so I want to give them that time. It's just that my class ends at 4:15, and I do need to get back in time for my 6 o'clock stream. But I feel like it'll settle down once the semester sort of like we get into the semester, and the novelty of having a marginalized faculty will wear off a little bit, and I think it'll calm down a little bit. But I know how important it is to not feel like to see yourself represented in the faculty, and I also know how rarely it happens for various folks. Um, and so, you know what I mean? It'll calm down, I'm sure, and I've got to just be a little bit better at like getting out before, so in time to get here for the stream. But I'm sure it'll get better once the semester sort of moves on. Let me see. Have fun in Mars, Rissa. Absolutely. DSB says, I read the way Trooper does, and it was a point of confusion and contention among some of my friends when they didn't understand what I meant when I said I heard the things I read. Yeah. And what's really interesting, DSB, is that like I not only do I hear voices in my head, not like that, y'all, uh, but I also see images, right? Like I see images, I hear things, I can play out entire scenes with camera angles. Like my inner world is very visual and auditory. But apparently, I ran into somebody who doesn't see or hear anything in their head, and I was like, huh, what is that like for you? Like, because like I trying to imagine, like, well, because like when I'm thinking, I'm hearing myself talk inside my head, right? I'm thinking, I wonder if I should go down the street. Should I go by? Like, it's actually just an inner conversation that I have whenever I'm thinking. Um, or sometimes it's just images and pictures, but it's always some kind of a active thoughts are usually me talking to myself. But I can just imagine things, and that may not be auditory, but it's often combined. I also dream in color, but apparently, like a lot of people, this is not the case. And I was like, oh, that's interesting. What is it? What is it like inside your head? I find it interesting. Um, Carlin says, I'm better at blocking out external stimuli, but I do breathe pretty slowly and hear a voice in my head when I do. Yeah, I mean, I can sometimes do it, but it depends on what it is. DSB says, I can't listen to audiobooks of books I have already read because sometimes they pronounce the names wrong and it bothers me. Oh, that's so interesting. But if I haven't seen the name before, then it's fine because I don't have an idea of what it should sound like. Oh, that's really interesting. I haven't actually ever listened to audiobooks. I've never listened to an audiobook. So I don't know. I don't know how I would respond to it. I've listened to podcasts. Um, Podcasts, I've listened to podcasts, Stitch of Fate, some others. Podcasts are a little bit more difficult for me than actual plays. Like, oh, sorry, haven't you thought about actual plays as well? Than um, things with visuals. And I don't know. Well, I suppose I could think about why that is. I suppose what I'd say is, I think that just audio sometimes has a hard time keeping my attention. But if there's a visual component, my attention will go to it, so I have an easier time concentrating when it's external on things that are both audio and visual than I do things that are just audio. And if I want to pay attention to things that are audio only, music is fine. Actually, music I can do. It's much more likely I'll be able to do so if I am not around any other external stimuli. By that I mean, like if I'm walking or bicycling or like in a chair with nothing else around me sitting down, then I can just like really shut out the external the visual stimuli, and then sort of concentrate on the audio. But I tend to need to not have like it's better if I have visual stimuli is what I'm trying to say. That's what I'm trying to say. Let's see what else is happening. They are very nice students, PH. This is a really good group of students this year. Or this semester. I'm really excited about my students. I think they're really good, and I'm very happy to I'm very happy to know them is what I would say. I'm feeling good about my students this year. That is what I'm going to say. In the back of the brain, says Ice Bunny, I had to look up how dyslexia works because my niece has to do some exercises. One is watching TV with glasses, where one side is blue and one side is red, and it feels a bit sus to me. Well, I'm not I tend to sort of assume that people who are specialists in a thing know something about the thing, and I tend to give people the benefit of the doubt, try things out, see if it works, and if it works, awesome. You know what I mean? Like I try to. There was an accommodation that I thought was very, very bad, but I tried it out. I was like, well, the accommodation center said that I should give this student this accommodation, so I did. I thought, I think this is a bad accommodation, but I did it, and that student failed. So I was right. That was not a good accommodation, but I did try it out. And it's a new semester, and another student has the same accommodation, which I think is a bad accommodation. So I am setting up a meeting with the accommodation center to have a discussion with them about this brand new accommodation, which I don't think is a good accommodation. So we will see. But this is part of, this is also part of why I'm always so busy, because I see a problem, and rather than being like, well, I'm gonna go and have a meeting about it and see what we can do to do something better. And if this is not going to be working out there, I'm going to go and have another meeting with somebody else. You know what I mean? So I really do try to be responsible and do the right thing, and that just takes time, Are you allowed to extend your office hours? Saying no, that's sad. Oh, those weren't my office hours. My office hours are not after classes on Thursdays. And Ice Bunny, I could actually just stay. I could stay all day and all night in my office every day and have students there wanting to talk to me. So if I wanted to, I could spend probably every waking hour just talking to students and never get any work done or sleep or eat. And this already happens, not in the same way that you're thinking, but for example, on Thursdays, which is the day that I have my office hours, so I teach from 9 to 11:30. I have a break between 11:30 and 12:30 where I should be eating lunch. Then I have office hours from 12:30 to 2:30, and then I have a half-hour break in between my office hours and when my next class starts, which I use for last minute. I should theoretically be using for last minute class prep. And then I teach from 3 to 4:15, and then my day is finished, and I would come back and I would eat dinner, and then I would stream. But what actually happens is I wake up, I teach class between 11:30 and 12:30 when I should be eating lunch. Students talk to me, and then I go to my office hours and students talk to me through the entire time period. And then that half hour in between where I'm supposed to be doing some prep, students are still talking to me. So I go from that to class, and then I finish at 4:15, and then the students talk to me. And if I'm good, I'm able to get out before stream starts, and then I start streaming, and then I have not eaten at all that day, and then I eat at 9 o'clock in the evening for the first time that day. And then I do email where I end up conversing with students. Now, that would be like what a Thursday is like, because my 2 official office hours, students want to see me other times. And also on Tuesdays when I don't have office hours, I end up staying really late talking to students as well. It's one of the reasons why I actually just don't go into the office if I want to get anything done. If I go into the office at all, I will not get anything done because people will find me and I will not be able to get the work done.
So what's the plan?
Give me a second. Also, on Monday, Tuesday, which Monday I don't teach, but I did like 5 hours of extra office hours via Zoom, and then a couple extra office hours on Tuesday, and then also extra office hours on Wednesday to take a whole there's like a bunch of like admin stuff that students had to get through. So although we are required to do 2 hours office hours a week, that is not how much I do. I meet with students a lot more than that. I also have colleagues who don't meet with students outside of their office hours, and students do not come to their office hours. Those colleagues get more published than I do, right? So all the hours that I spend talking to students, they spend writing articles and books, which means they get promoted and get raises and I don't, right? So there's like it is more difficult for marginalized faculty, and by that I mean people of color, queer faculty, women, neurodivergent faculty who are open about it, working class faculty, first generation faculty, anybody who's marginalized in that, they have a much harder time than faculty who are not, because we just end up having a much higher advising load than other folks. And also, it is often an unofficial advising load, right? So all those people who are in my office talking to me, they're not my official advisees. If they were my official advisees, I could say, hey, look, I'm advising 20 people, and I would get credit for that. People would say, like, oh, you're advising 20 people, so we need to give you, like, compensate by giving you extra time somewhere else, something like that. But because they're not official, I don't, right? So it's just one of those reasons. It's just one of the things that happens. It's just kind of, that's just how it works. Krellin says, Trooper, practice saying this. Hey, I'd love to talk more about this, but I'm late for a thing. So can you get back to me about this during my office hours? Yes, Krellin, I should do that. This is true. Oh, the game's loud? Thank you for letting me know. Let me turn you down. Krellin, thank you. I like to know these things so I can like adjust. But now I need to get the chat back. Hello, chat. Thank you. I just fixed it. I cannot decode French. The only reason I know how to say the names of all the French philosophers is that someone said them out loud. DSB says, I find that podcasts are hard because they are audio only with no visual component. Yeah, me too. And I can't I can visualize, but it's about attention. So audio only doesn't give me a good sense of the meaning of the words. So then I get easily distracted because I lose the thread easily because the thread is tenuous to begin with. Yeah. Barontor says, same, I can't do podcasts. I get distracted too easily. Yeah, I mean, I can do it, but I have to, I was able to, I was able to do podcasts when I was, driving the U-Haul from Ithaca to Atlanta. That was, 24 hours of driving, and I was able to listen to podcasts. When I'm driving or riding a bicycle, there's certain kind of, or walking, I can do podcasts then, but like sitting here, I cannot listen to a podcast here at the desk. It's just not going to work out for me. Trooper has decided the solution to being able to fill every waking hour to increase the number of waking hours he has and not sleep. Yeah. Trooper gets a big box of apples pouches on your desk so you can at least squeeze some food. Because what I need to do is like pack lunches, and then I can at least try to like quickly eat something. Although actually, you know what? Packing a lunch is not as effective as it used to be anymore, because I can't eat when the students are in my office because I'm masked. It's like because none of my students mask anymore, but they also get COVID. So when I'm around other people, I'm masking, which means I can't eat at the same time. So now that we're in the sort of the COVID era, I just cannot eat unless my office is empty, and it is rarely empty at the moment. So I just end up not eating until like really late in the day. Yeah. Time to find a lunchbox for Trooper to take to lunch with him. Yeah. Ooh, bot, kill it. Thank you. Wild bot appeared. I see that. Yeah, so it's just one of those things. By the way, I know I'm a little bit behind chat, but no, I'm caught up. Yes. Endemic Flow, you're gone. No, not saying no is an ADHD thing. I have gotten much better at saying no to.
Rizzo's would be remiss to fail to mention the Orchard Storage Warehouse. Without this impressive-looking building, there would simply be no orchards. Gaze in amazement at the impressive construction of the front door, the sleek roof and glittering piping, the lush walls keeping this gem hidden from the rest of the orchards. This warehouse is truly, truly a wonder. One can only guess at the secrets contained within.
Secret, like, hold on a second. I wanted to write down that I had to do something. What was it? Yes. Hold on. Update traveler credits. I will forget if I don't write this down. I just remembered right now that I had to do that. Sure. My mic is pretty loud, but I will turn down game sound, no problem. I already turned it down some, but I will turn it down some more. I've turned it down some more. You'll just have to let me know if that works out for you. Just let me know. Also, wrong button. We are going to investigate this while I tell you a thing. Okay, we're going in. No worries. Hey, I'm here for you to tell me how audio is, and then we fix it. So that's what I'm here for. Okay, I don't actually see any weirdnesses in here, so we'll just have to do our regular investigation. Yes. You have news. What is your news? Tell us your news, Ice Bunny. Let us know what's up. Tell us. Trooper, your audio is too far away. I think you need to come visit me to solve this. So right now, I'm seeing myself peeking into the red, so my volume should be good. I'm also less than 5 inches from the mic, and I'm seeing pretty loud, moving into the red a little bit, audio on my end. So, okay. I was worried. Oh, apparently it would be stealing to take those things. Anyway, that's fair. Though we do, y'all, I have so many things to share with you. It is a little outrageous. I kind of can't handle it. Oh, I've missed you all. Just side note. Yeah, my students are good. I like them very much. It's interesting because.
What do you think you're doing?
Oh, hi. I was just leaving. Hey, Rizzo likes. There was a person here, which I didn't even realize. I should probably eat food. I was just running around stealing things, and it turns out there was a person here, which, like, awkward. Let me eat something like, I don't know. There's a lot of health regeneration here. Let me just, here, I'm just gonna eat that. Great. Sorry, I was really excited about just robbing this place blind, and then it turns out there's a person here all up in my face, which, oh, you know what? I remembered that, nope, we can, oh, wrong button. I'm just remembering what the buttons are in this game because I sort of forgot. That one's jumping. There we go. Excuse me for a second. Ooh. I'm going to talk to her, but I'm going to put my gun down while I do because I don't want to. Oop, wrong button. Just remembering my buttons. I'm going to just put it down while I talk to her. Hi, how are you? I wanted to chat with you.
Hey! Oh, wait. I'm supposed to say the slogan. Okay, you can do this, Anna. Here goes. It doesn't matter if you're you or me. We're all part of the Rizzo's family. How was that?
It was really... It rhymed.
Oh. Good effort, I guess?
You said it was terrible. The pity stings worse than the shame. I'm sure you've guessed it, but I'm not the best at remembering slogans.
It's okay.
And when I can't remember them, I tend to just make them up.
That's okay.
That's why I'm just an intern and not a full-timer. At least, not yet.
Interesting. I will also note she does not have parasites growing out of her neck, so that's probably good for her. Also, I'm going to see what chat has to say. Stealing is ethical if you're in dire need and you have no legal will to get stuff. I agree, actually, PH. Hey, Josh, how are you? How are you doing? Josh Meehan did the amazing fan art. The amazing fan art. Amazing. Of the Baron that we revealed last night. And it was so good, I died. I basically died. I died. Yes. I mostly want to bully him into taking a break. Yeah, hey, today I have no meetings or, what's the word? I have no meetings today. I don't have to do any kind of makeup meetings or Zoom meetings today. I don't have any kind of like events I have to attend. Ooh. I think there might be some event that maybe I was supposed to attend today, but I'm not going to. Instead, I'm going to go and just catch up on work. First, I'm going to just enjoy streaming with you all, and that's going to be just so lovely. And then I am going to just like catch up on work in a like super chill way, and I'm just feeling really good about it. And I'm going to go to bed early, you know, like by midnight maybe. Certainly before 2 in the morning, but like I'm very excited about it. How about portable deer duck hunting tent, and then you can wear it at lunch? Some flaps with zippers, protective glove thingies. Yeah, that'd be good. Ice Bunny says, Windows arrived last Thursday, and yesterday pulled the lifter crane in front of my living room window and ran into a janitor, and he said hi to me. That was so awkward. But you have the new Windows? That's good. Congratulations on the new Windows. Parasites are friends. Trooper, you definitely just jinked yourself. Saying you have time is a surefire way for you to get pulled in conversation. Not if I don't leave my apartment. The last time you said we were going to be early, we were up past 7 a.m. I know, but I'm not leaving my apartment. I'm going to get groceries, but I'm not leaving my apartment. Josh says, I'm doing great. The art reveal was awesome last night. I'm enjoying the weekend off. Nice. Yeah, it was so good. Oh, I was going to talk about Traveler. Let's see. You see any sign of a beleaguered actor running around?
Oh, yes. I thought I saw someone who looked self-important enough to be her by the conservatory some time ago. Not to speak ill of the dead. I simply never liked the way she stole the limelight from the true star. Burbage 3001.
Oh, you're a Burbage fan?
I certainly am. That aerodynamic chassis, how the light glints off his rotund head, the way he enunciates, cry havoc, and let loose the cadence of war. Excuse me, I got a little lightheaded there. Nobody does Shakespeare like Burbage. What were we talking about?
Yeah, but what about Spencer Woolrich?
Who?
Oh, well, hey, that's
I
showbiz.
suppose so. I
Uh,
also suppose Helen won't be stealing the limelight ever again.
that's a little harsh. It's a little harsh. I don't think I've met an intern before.
Not so different from being a regular worker, just with less pay and less respect.
That's
Though
true.
Also more dangerous than traditional employment. You
Oh.
don't have the experience to back up your work yet, but being fired isn't any less threatening.
Hmm.
Work-wise, I do a bit of everything. The orchards have been short-staffed as long as I've been working here. So if there's an odd job around, it usually gets passed to me.
I see. Have you noticed all the parasites? That's what I want to ask, but I'm going to check chat. Looks at Discord and back to chat. I'm so excited to see the finale next week for The Gamblers. So much to unpack from last night's episode. Yes. So actually, Josh, you brought up a thing that I wanted to say that I was thinking about when it came to Traveler. So I was like, I had these Traveler thoughts the other day, and it's just interesting. So the last time I ran Traveler was offline, and it was using GURPS. It was GURPS Traveler, Interstellar Wars, and I was running seasons because even before the whole streaming thing, I tended to run games in seasons, and that group got through. It was a longer season than this one, but that group got through, traveled through far more planets than this group did. This group really has like spent this season really on Marduk, right? Like was like the core of this season. And then they've moved off to Thebes right here near the end. And then we're going to get our finale, and we'll sort of probably start next season and deal with Thebes in some way, unless something else happens. But what's interesting to me is that, so this is like it's a very different kind of a pace. And after one of the episodes, one of the cast members said, I really appreciate that you don't push us to like go through plot fast, that you don't push us forward like that. You let us breathe and take scenes to explore our characters, and like you let it unfold. And I was like, well, I do. Now, sometimes I do have to push a little bit, because I was like, we will never end this episode if we don't get to like an endpoint, or at least a place where we can when I push, it's usually so that I can get to a kind of a natural pause so we can stop, right? But that's usually like my only sort of big main push, is that I was like, okay, we have to move to a place where it makes sense to stop. But generally, otherwise than that, I kind of let the players sort of take a pace. And that other group went pretty rapidly. And this one is really sort of taken a different pace. And I am happy with it. I don't know how everybody else is, but I'm happy with it. And the players are happy with it. So we're all good. But what's interesting to me is a thing that I've noticed, and it's really fascinating to me. It's fascinating with this thing that I've noticed now. So I'm like thinking about this in relationship to Kolos as well, City of Light and Shadow, my French resistance campaign. And it is this. So it was season 1 of Kolos. And if you remember season 1, they found out about there was like some various drama, and there was like basically they needed to rescue. There was like one of the agents there was like go and attack a secret chemical weapons factory testing center, rescue one of the PCs who'd been captured, and they rescued the player first, I believe, or second. First, and then anyway, point being, they did one thing, and they did the thing in the order that they did it in. And I remember Rat was MPV, yes. And I remember I had an audience member who's also a gamer, but very much like a narrativist gamer, uh, and really sort of sees really thinks you should be like their RPGs should be like books or movies or TV shows, and that's what makes an RPG good is if you're doing that. Was like, oh, I watched the season. I wanted to see how you're doing, and I really enjoyed it. But I really think you messed up with the pacing at the end because you should have had them do, you know, uh, part A, part one before part two, and you did part two before part one. And I think that was like a mistake in your pacing because I think the pacing, like I think the story arc would have been better if you did it the other way. And I said, I don't choose which order the players do things in. They choose which order they're doing because I'm not going to make them do the blue thing before the red thing. They decide what they're going to do. And he was like, "Oh yeah, but I mean, if you want it to have like a really good story arc, then you have to do it in this way." I was like, "No, I'm not the boss of my players. The players decide what they're going to do, and then we find out because I'm not trying to make this like a movie. I, I'm trying to embrace this genre, the genre of being a role playing game, and role playing games have different pacing. I mean, like you can make it have the pacing of a book or a movie or a TV show, but they're not books or movies or TV shows. And so I really, really believe in player autonomy, and I just would never force the players in a long-term campaign to do things in a certain order because I think that would make for a better arc for the audience. And I know that there are streams that certainly do that. There are streams that script things actually, right? Like they script things, or they'll map out the script and they'll tell the players these are the beats we're going to hit. Like I know shows that do it. They're like, they may not write out dialogue, but they'll say, okay, in this episode, these are the beats we need to hit. And this is the arc of the entire season. This is how it's plotted out. Here's what we need to do this episode. And the player's job then is to just do that. And I also understand that there are modes of playing RPGs wherein this also happens if you're doing like although some of them are newer than others, right? Because the adventure path itself is actually a fairly new invention. That's basically Paizo, right? So that's the 4th edition era onwards. Most of the other things were modules, which were not like that big, huge arc sort of a thing. You have a couple, but most of those were kind of sandboxy. Anyway, the point being that I just don't, yeah, even with modules, I've never run an adventure path, but even with modules, I really let the players go where they're going to go, and I improvise around what they do. So I've never, So he was like, basically, he told me that he thought that I messed up, and he thought maybe I didn't realize it. I was like, oh no, I actually was totally fine with that. I don't mind RPGs having an RPG pacing. Anyway, point being, what I recognized was that a thing has sort of happened multiple times wherein some of the most intense action, like big, heavy, like stuff, happens the episode before the season ends. And this guy was saying, yeah, your big stuff happened the episode before the season ended, and it should have happened at the very last episode for like big cliffhanger momentum, right? And that's just not how it's been turning out. What has happened has been the big some of the big stuff happens all along, but some of the really big stuff happens the episode before the last episode. And then the last episode is this kind of interesting moment for player processing, right? Like sort of trying to figure out what that means. And sometimes, like it's kind of like it's just like a slightly, it's not necessarily a denouement because the story's not over, but it's like the players just kind of go to a different place. And a thing where like you've got building tension, and then this like really sort of intense thing, and then like this kind of like weird pause or whatever, or this kind of weird process. That has happened a couple of times. And it's probably the kind of players that I invite to the table and that I let players move as they will. And so these things just, that's just how the pacing's been. So I just think that's interesting that this kind of pacing has happened multiple times wherein some of the most explosive things happens not at the last episode where you expect them to, but the episode right before that. And then the last episode is a kind of an interesting process setup, consequence thing. I just think that's interesting. Josh says, player agency is so important and unique to the medium. Yes. Hey, Hescape, I'm doing very well. I hope you're doing well. Josh, I agree with you so hardcore. And I have some very serious thoughts about player agency. Like, and you can do player agency in many different ways, but I have serious thoughts about it. And I'm going to ask this intern, Anna Summers, a question or two, but I want to talk to you about Adam Coble, and I want to talk about being a theater actor, theater TV actor. I've got a couple things that all are around player agency that I don't want to forget. So don't let me forget, but I want to see what our intern says.
Laws, you've got a sixth sense for finding the most embarrassing question, huh? My mother is the Rizzo's assistant vice president of flavor testing.
Oh.
She set me up with this position.
Oh.
Mostly to keep me from troubling her work, I think.
Oh.
Consequently, I don't always feel like I deserve to be here.
I see.
All the more reason to work harder, I say.
Okay. By the way, I want to talk about Nepo babies because I think people are using the word wrong. Or they're not being completely thoughtful about these things. So I want to get back to Nepo babies. But this felt like nepotism. But there are a lot of things people say is nepotism that I don't necessarily think is. So don't let me forget, I want to talk about that. So I take it you don't intend to stay an intern.
Much as I love delivering coffee and medical attention, not quite, no. Don't tell anyone I said this, but I sometimes feel that our workers could be treated a little better. Maybe only get electrocuted awake every other day? So I'm shooting for administration in Rizzo's. Maybe even the board itself. Best way to evoke change is from the inside, I think.
Rizzo's electrocutes their workers awake. What a great company. What a great company, everybody. Hescape says, hey, Max Ryder. Gone good, thanks. I'm having a chill day baking bread and reading crime fiction books. So, when are your crime fiction books from, Hescape? You need to tell me what year these books are from, because I'm a big fan of Hard Case Crime, which reprints crime novels from the 50s and 60s, those old pulp crime novels, and I just find it fascinating to read crime novels from the 50s and 60s because they tell you, because they're different. They're really, really different in ways that I think are important and challenging and says something about not only that time period, but our time period that I think we could learn a lot from and that we should think about more. Like, I have a lot of thoughts about the experience of reading 1950s and early 1960s crime fiction and something about where we're at today. We like to imagine that we're always better, like we're better than they were in the past and we're great now and they were bad then. And like, it's not like the 50s were great, but there's some things going on in our media today, or our relation to media, or how we say we need to write things that's just like, well, this is good writing. It's good writing to do this. This is da-da. And I was like, oh, but they didn't do those things at all. Or things like, well, nobody likes X. And I was like, well, interesting, because that book does X. And I'm just thinking about an insight into a different way of engaging with media that I think people should ponder a little bit. I will be more specific in a second. It is shocking what the evil corporate does, right? Ugh. Also in Traveler, I'm really loving the way GDCO is developing. I'm loving the way GDCO is developing in this like super sketchy way that I love. There's some corporate overload business there that I'm really enjoying. So there's a lot that's going on in the way that this campaign has developed this season that I'm really, really excited about. And I am very excited to see what season 2 will bring, mainly because when I allow the pacing to unfold the way it does in this kind of style, which is it's a lot of character interaction, a lot of like things percolating under the surface, like things are going underneath the surface. They're happening. And then these things start emerging at moments when like the tension, like these things break through the crust. But what's really interesting is that in this way that I'm running it, and really to be more fair, the way that the players are playing it, what that means is that you can see all of these trains heading towards the collision point, right? Like I can see it. Like I can see all of these things on their way to converge. And I'm like, oh wow, okay. So the thing they did with GDCO is put them in GDCO's good stead, but GDCO's sketch. So what is that going to mean, and how might they use that to their advantage? Will they be able to? Like there are some possibilities here. And I can see these like possibilities emerging and become and looming, and they become more and more emergent, these possibilities, and so then they start becoming bigger and bigger, and sort of, and I'm like, oh, okay, these things are coming. Do you know what I mean? And that's there's the yeah. Anyway, so I'm very excited about season 2, because season 2, like, how do I put this? A lot of things have been building up in season 1 that the players have been building and building towards and building towards. And I feel like payoff has already started, but the payoff, it's basically, it gets exponential, right? In the style that I'm running in this way and that the players are playing, what ends up happening is that you build up, like the first couple episodes are like, they're cool, they're great, action, excitement, but you start building up and building up. And as you start moving through, the payoff starts getting exponentially bigger and deeper. And then all of a sudden, you know, oh, hold on a second. The doctor's had a slightly different side to him all along. That's why he didn't actually mind that Severance killed the Pirate Queen, right? And now knowing that Severance is in what's going on with Severance right now, that brings up questions that I have talked to the player about. And the player is like, we've been thinking about, like, what does it mean, body memory, right? What does it mean to be in a body that has memories of doing things, that has muscle memory, right? When you play an instrument or you practice fencing, you build up muscle memory. And what does it mean to have a muscle memory that may not be yours, right? How do you interact with that, right? The sort of like muscle memory instincts to do various things. And what does that mean when you might have a body that has muscle memory instincts that are not exactly yours? What does that mean for you? So there are all these really cool things that I think are going to develop and keep paying off more and more. And I'm very excited to see how that goes. So like that for me is super exciting. Jer says, I remember this VTM game I GM'd where the small intro chunk I planned turned to the full 12-session campaign to the player agency, and I loved it. Me too. I love that because I like to be surprised as well. Do you know what I mean? PH says, a recent campaign I played, I lacked a lot of agency. Oh, not that I couldn't do whatever I wanted, just that it virtually never went the way I wanted. Never. I love failure, but this was a soul-crushing amount. Yes. I have a thought about that too, PH. I totally get you. I get you. Geek says, I was really hoping the crew was going to steal that ship, to be honest. Hey, if they had stolen the ship, that would have given them an extra transponder. It would have given, like, they could have. And if they did, I just had an idea. A travel idea. Hold on. Got it. I just had an idea. Don't worry about it. You'll find out. You'll find out later. Yes. Hey, Artie, how are you? You know, today's a great day. Did I get a full night's sleep? No, but close, and I feel well rested. Max says, I envy your players. Mine don't seem to want to do anything after dragging anything out of them. You know, Max, I have skills. I have worked on that, actually. I don't need to do it with these players. These players are great, so I don't actually have to do the skills that I do to sort of drag those things out of players, but I've actually practiced this quite a lot. I will tell you about it in a second. Vola says, so isekai, where a fit and healthy person swaps bodies with a fellow whose body may or may not have a hernia at some point. Yes. Hey, Jessica, how are you? Welcome in. But more than just the hernia, but things like if you have, for example, practiced something so much that it becomes no longer conscious. a conscious decision to do a thing. So, for example, when I was in the Army, we were drilled over and over and over and over again that the minute you hear gas, 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 the first thing you do is hand down to your the pouch where your gas mask is, open it, pull out your gas mask, put it on, slap your hands, put it on, pull the cords, slap your hands on the filters, press out, suck in to seal, to make a seal, and do that within 9 seconds, or you'll die. And then put your hood down and finish it, and you've got like 15 seconds to do all the rest of that. And they would yell gas, gas, gas at us, sometimes actually throwing tear gas at us at any random time. We're sleeping in a tent, gas, 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 gas. We're walking on the street, gas, 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 gas. Just like constant gas, 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 timing us to make sure we could do that. And it got to the point where it was no longer a conscious thing to do, right? That the minute we saw gas, we would say gas, we would go, we see gas, boom, boom, gas, 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 right? And that became something that was a physical thing to do that was no longer something I thought about. So what happens if somebody body swapped with me and somebody says gas, 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 and they find themselves immediately going, do, gas, gas, gas. What happens if that happens? If they're this sort of like corporeal instinct has them stab somebody with a sword or immediately put on a gas mask or do these things that they did not practice doing, but the body did. Do you know what I mean? So it's like a hernia is one thing, but I'm thinking about what does it mean to be in a body that has murdered 125 people, right? Or whatever you got going on. And how do you interact with a body that has memories that you may not have? Right, so that's like a thing going on, mind thing. Oh, thank you, Jessica. Thank you for the compliment on the purple beard. Sherry says, I will say as a side note that player and character agencies are two separate things. Yes, like something that breaks the world or the themes of the game can be pretty problematic. Absolutely. Yes, player and character agency are very different, and they need different approaches, which leads me to a different thought, which is about disinviting players to my table. Vola says the speed eating that Army teach and walking. Yes, like the speed eating that the walking. Like there's these various things that, and like I've been out of the Army for a very long time. Like I got out of the Army in 1994, so a lot of those things are no longer in my physical memory. Although practicing it right now, I actually think I probably could get my gas mask on pretty quickly still. But like some things like you sort of forget, but there are these things that sort of sit in your body that you can remember, right? So it's just like a thing to think about. Hescape says, I'm currently rereading an Agatha Christie novel written in 1943. Ooh. And reading a Nordic noir novel written in 2015. I'm a big crime fiction fan and have read crime fiction from various decades. The change in writing styles across time is really interesting. Yes. Vols, I still can't walk the normal way. Yeah, there's these still little things I do when I'm walking that like you wouldn't notice it most of the time, but every once in a while, the way I stop when I go from walking to stopping, sometimes the way I turn, sometimes these little military things just creep right into my like walking habits, and if you know what you're looking for, you'll see it. You know. Artie says, I'm not too bad. Was supposed to be starting a new Edge of the Empire. Hey, June, come late. How are you? Everyone's having a great day. Let me see. Age of the Empire campaign, but it is one of our player's wife's birthday, so we're going to start in 2 weeks. Oh, nice. Tell us how that goes. I have thoughts about that. I was just thinking about how a lot of people really love that system. Also some other things. Corporeal instinct, I like that. Yeah, is that memory in the body or in the mind, right? Like that becomes, and of course, here's the thing that I'm going to say, scandalous, the mind is part of the body, right? In this way that like the mind and the body are not necessarily separate. So what happens when you do a mind swap, right? If you think about the mind and the body not actually being separate, and then you do a mind swap, that would actually be probably quite disconcerting. Do you know what I mean? Because you're now getting kind of slightly weird memories that are like, I think that becomes like that the blurriness of that becomes more obvious in ways that would be really interesting to explore. And I'm very excited about my players being interested in that, right? Um, gosh, there's some really kind of cool things that I'm excited to share. Um, this happens in some movies, I believe, like the first Jason Bourne. Yeah. Oh, like the little bit of Blind Spot. Yeah. Some, like I think that like things like that I think are interesting, but Blind Spot and Jason Bourne are what's different about Blind Spot and Jason Bourne is that those people just have amnesia, right? So all the things they're remembering are the things that they have learned and the things that they have done. But what happens when it is not something that you have learned and done, but something that somebody else has learned and done? Something that somebody else has learned and done. Do you know what I mean? Do you know what I mean? I'm sure that that is used as a superpower in some shows as well. It's your current face. Just I can run you through some Genesis system whenever you want. Oh, nice, because I have it. My Genesis books are currently not unpacked. A bunch of my RPG books are not unpacked, and that's a whole other thing. But I have the dice right over there. I have the books. I have some thoughts about that too, but I'm excited about it. Yeah, I guess the question becomes: is it in the mind or the brain, and is there a distance between them? Says Artie. Yeah, and PH says, mind swap like how my brain is autistic, so then the person in my body would become autistic. I think it depends, right? And I think what's really interesting is that a lot of RPGs that do this mechanically are like, oh, anything that's a mental skill goes with you. Anything that's a physical skill doesn't, right? That's just how they do it. They're like, oh, well, the mind is all the mental stuff and the body's all the physical stuff, so that's just how you do the a body swap. But it's a little bit more complicated than that, right? So I feel like it's a thing that doesn't have necessarily a definitive answer, but it has questions that I think are interesting. So, like, I think I think about a lot actually, and maybe it's because I'm trans that I think about these things. I don't know, but I'm thinking about, well, y'all, let me just find out what this person has to say.
Much higher chance of promotion. If I can tough it out here without getting axed, I can skip the 5+ years of customer service I'd normally have to deal with. I can prove my merit here and move up in the world. And the sooner I do that, the sooner I can set to improving things for everyone else.
Krellin says, I've been thinking about the mind-body divide a lot because my spy in my Dark Heresy campaign is a survivor of flesh crafting with a Dark Eldar. It is actually a Frankensteinian amalgamation of 4 different Sisters of Battle. Right, that's super interesting, right? And how do you want to sort of explore that? Jessica says, I have a player at the moment who is toying with character agency, not player. And it's been a real journey to have this character that is essentially a patron's weapon. Ooh, interesting. I'm entirely using the would you kindly story thing Bioshock in order to game write it out in the world. Oh, that's very cool. The other players are in on it and aren't medding. That's very, very cool. That is very, very cool. And the thing is, right, to think about this amalgamation situation, a lot of games don't do it. And I think a lot of media is not doing it the way I'm thinking about it, right? They either do it in terms of like, I had these skills, but I've forgotten and I'm remembering. Assassin's Creed does it with a genetic memory that you can then tap into and then sort of like relive and then get it. But I'm thinking more like somebody who's practiced all their life over and over and over again where, if they're playing the cello, where to put your fingers to get the right notes. And that is no longer a conscious thing. That is now a physical thing. You just know that that's where you put your fingers. And if I went into your body and your body knows that, and then my mind does not know how to play the cello, but my body does, right? In that way. And so then what is that relationship? Right? Right? Krillin says, like, she's mainly one of the sisters, but has parts of the other 3. And what parts, and how far does that go? Her dominant hand is the arm that was replaced by another person's. Does that mean that the part of her brain that controls her arm belongs to that sister instead of her? Innate, right? I mean, the tricky thing about innate, though, is that people tend to use innate to mean, like, pre-birth and, like, nature, not nurture. And many things I'm talking about are not necessarily nature, but they're practiced so much they become internalized. If you know what I mean. the bleed effect, I think it is in Assassin's Creed, and I'm currently playing Assassin's Creed Valhalla. I really loved the um, I loved the that mechanic or that idea that was going on in Assassin's Creed. So here's the thing: a friend of mine who played the cello, her mother had her play the cello since the time she was 2 years old, and when I met her, think about this for a moment, right? Um, one of her hands was longer than the other, right? Because she spent her entire childhood when her body was growing, um, fretting, right? Like doing fingering on the cello with this hand and bowing with this one. So she was 4 decades in these formative growing moments when her body is growing, stretching her hand, one hand, right, in a particular way and doing particular things. And so her left hand, the fingers are longer. They're just longer. Like if she puts her hands together, it kind of looks like that, right? And it's much more muscular. And so the body is different. And if I poured it into her body, I would be dealing with a body whose parameters are not the same parameters as I know. I'm talking about transness, but also this is like a sort of fits in its own way, right? Yes. Hescape says, it reminds me of an episode of Red Dwarf, love Red Dwarf, where a character does a mind swap with someone else with a higher IQ because they want to pass an exam which tests your knowledge. It fails after a few minutes because the original mind and body rejects the new mind. Oh, interesting. Yeah. Right. And I was thinking about, let's see, I can prove my merit here. Okay, well, good luck with that.
The feeling you don't think I can do it.
I don't know.
That's okay. Trying to improve the system from within isn't the most glamorous thing, but I think it's worth the effort.
Well, I want to actually ask you about the parasites, but I've learned my fill.
Enlighten you on the fascinating world of internships. Let me know if there's anything I can help you with.
Sure. Oh, no.
I probably won't forget a second time.
Okay, well, you haven't been causing trouble in the orchards, have you?
What? No, that's ridiculous. I can't tell you I've never made any mistakes, but it'd be pretty hard to keep my job if I were trying to break everything. Though there was the time I tried to fix a broken hinge on one of our mosquito hives and released a swarm. Chased me around the orchards 3 times before I managed to get help.
Well, considering the whole sing you to death thing, I feel like you got off easy.
Don't I know it?
Yeah.
A friend of mine ran afoul of one of the swarms and had to get new kidneys. Not due to renal failure, but because the mosquitoes kept stinging his kidneys. Don't worry though, mosquitoes are typically only about when living folks aren't in the orchards.
Uh-huh. So, what happens if the mosquitoes get out during visiting hours?
I am contractually obligated to tell you that mosquitoes never get out during visiting.
Uh-huh. Yeah.
When they do,
Yeah.
the only way to get them to return is to go directly to hive control and
Okay.
activate emergency recall.
Okay.
It isn't easy considering all the hives near control.
Why would you do that?
From what I wanted to say, I've been trying to help the orchards, not harm them. Hold a moment. You haven't found anything, have you?
You should really just come clean. It's a bluff.
But there's nothing to come clean about. I've just been doing my best out here.
Okay. I like your hair. I think your hair's really good. And I like your eyes. I think you're they've done a good job with your, model. And also you're just hanging out, so I'm not allowed to go and steal from you, which is awkward, but not you personally. But you know what I mean. I'm gonna go here, and then I'm gonna check chat. I know this is probably a very uncommon, unpopular idea, but I would be interested to see a TV show that's entirely based around the real world of Assassin's Creed and wouldn't include inside the Animus at all, but everything going on with Aspergo and all that. Oh, me too. Look, I loved in the Assassin's Creed 1, I loved all the Miles stuff with Kristen Bell doing voices. I loved all that mystery in the modern world. And I played the first one, and it was so great. And then I played the second one. I've only played the first 2 Assassin's Creeds, and I was told that they get a lot less stuff in the abstergo space. And I was a little sad about that because I was really excited. I was really interested in all that sort of the mystery of the framing device, and I kind of wanted more of that, and I was told that we didn't have as much of it, and that made me a little sad because I wanted more of it. Vola says, Cyberpunk's mind chip is also an interesting idea. You get a chip of fermented herring lover, and your body rejects the fishy smell. Great battle will be fought. Who gets to live in the flesh prison? Yes. Yes. There's some good stuff there, too. Next of Kin says, but would your mind have a while where it needs to catch up to the new body, as in when some teenagers suddenly grow a ton, they don't know where their limbs are, learning curve? Yeah, next of Kin. Right. So, yes. But what does it mean to catch up when the thing you're catching up with is somebody who's used to murdering people? Do you know what I mean? Like a body that's used to killing people, or a body that, like, what does it mean to catch up? What does that mean? Do you actually become more like the body? Does the body become more like you? Does it become some kind of merging of the two? Oh, my goodness. Love it. Love it. Love it. Wait. Remind myself. DM Myth to tell him I love him and his characterization. I just have to remind him that I love him because I think he's just doing great work. So I just remind myself because I don't want to forget, because I'm thinking about it right now and I want to remind myself to tell him that I love him. Artie says, Stargate Universe dealt with the subject a little bit with the communication stones they have, especially in the episodes where they bring in a specialist who on Earth is completely paralyzed. Oh. Maybe they did that with the Trill in Star Trek, maybe a little bit. Maybe. You'd have to tell me. I've only played Origins, Odyssey, and now Valhalla. Oh, yeah, I've only played the first two, but I need to, play the rest of them. Jair says, so one thing I will say about muscle memory is that it is still rooted in the brain. It's just in the lizard portion of the brain, so no longer has access to the frontal cortex to reenact that order. But of course, I'm also thinking about the ways in which the brain and the body are sort of connected in certain ways. So, for example, let's access our inventory records. I was thinking a lot about, Vola says, what about Fallout's puppet men? Does their body know as it is? Or do they need their puppet to trigger their full set of skills? So one of the things I've been thinking about, like also coming from like a trans point, was, and this actually touches on that teenager thing, right? Was Freud, so this is a definition or an explanation of transness that most people don't know about or care about or think about or whatever. Everyone has their own stories, but this is one I thought was very compelling. And that was, so Freud was commissioned or hired to go and examine soldiers from World War I who had phantom limb syndrome, right? And the phantom limb syndrome is when you lose a leg, because a lot of people lost a lot of legs and a lot of limbs in World War I. It's very brutal. So they did not have the leg was not physically there, but they still felt pain in the leg that was not there. They felt the pain, but they had no leg. And they brought in Freud to try to figure out what was going on with that. And what he came up with was the idea of the body ego, that your mind has a mapping of your body, right? Your mind has a mapping of your body. It's how you know where the edges of your fingertips are, right? It's how you maneuver in space and know what your body is. And he posited that your physical body and your body ego may not always be the same or aligned, right? And so what he's positing is that when these soldiers lose a limb, their body ego has not adjusted. So their body ego still has that limb. And so and like pain is about triggering, like pain like that, those things are triggering in your mind, right? So your body ego still actually has that mapping. And so it can still register pain as happening in this place that is no longer physically there, but the body ego for it is. And that was the way that Freud was thinking. It was like came up with it as a discussion of what that what's going on there. And it actually, so then it sort of gets, for me, it would be like another way to think about that is exactly when a teenager like grows a foot in like 2 months and is no longer able to like really maneuver around their body, because their body ego, their mind mapping of their body is no longer the same as their body. And so they knock things over and they try to touch things, because where their body ego's sense of where their hand ends and where their hand actually ends is no longer the same. And that body, right, adjusts over time, and it reevaluates. But for me, right, as a transsexual, as opposed to something else, that is the best explanation I have come up with to explain my transness, especially as a feminist who does not believe that, like, boys like trucks and girls like dolls, and I like trucks, so therefore I'm a boy. Like, I just don't believe in any of that. I just don't believe any of that. That's just not what I believe. I don't. So for me, the way I experienced is that I had physical dysphoria, right? So that my mind mapping of my body was not the same as my physical body. And that emerges when I hit puberty, right? Before puberty, it was fine. I hit puberty and I was like, oh, wait, what's going on now? This is not the way my body is supposed to what's going on here? And so then I fixed it, right? So I fixed my body. Now my body is now more aligned with my body ego. And now I don't have physical dysphoria. Ta-da. Right? So for me, because for me, my transness is not about gender at all. I actually have some of the same clothes, and I still wear some of the same clothes now that I wore before I transitioned. So there was no shift in my gender presentation, none of that at all. Basically the same, but I have shifted my body so that my body now matches with my body ego. So I think actually I've thought quite a lot about, right, the relationship between mind and body and the experience of being in one's body and what does that mean, and thinking about it. And so it's actually really cool that Myth is exploring, right, this kind of interesting clone mind-body, clone prime mind-body sort of tension in a way that's really interesting, has kind of very interesting parallels with sort of some kinds of trans experiences. So like, I'm like just really excited about all the really interesting work that the players are doing in this game. It's like, it's very cool. Says Escape. Interesting theory. Could he account for why some people do or do not feel phantom pain? I think he would probably say that some people were able to, their body was able to adjust faster, right? Is probably what he would say. That's why they're able to like just basically adjust their body ego faster. Let's see. Artie says, yeah, I should have explained in SGU, the communication stones are ancient technology that you have two sets that are synced so that when someone has activated a stone on both sides, they swap consciousnesses. So the specialist would be able to come talk, walk, and help out, but it means that someone would have to go and take the place of them being fully paralyzed. Oh, that's very interesting. Jer says, this in modern medicine and psychology is called the kinesthetic sense and is added to the other five senses. Hey, Jer, nice. Thank you for that. That's very cool. DSB says, I imagine a real-world example would be sleepwalking or hypnosis. The body does something without conscious choice in position. I wonder about dreams now. Now I wonder about dreams. Excuse me. Dreams. We're just taking some notes for season 2. Thank you. Y'all, what a productive day. Also, I need to actually read that. Excuse me. Inventory records. First Stargate had the jolly bearded man who lived inside the mind of the team. Artie says, also that whole boys like trucks, girls like dolls only fit since they make a distinction between dolls and action figures. Well, yes. Josh's like, that's very cool. Yeah, right. Krillin says, I wonder if androids dream of electric sheep. Do clones dream of Dolly? I am here. Hey, Atomica. So, like, what I'm trying to tell you is that I feel like... So here's what what I love about science fiction, sometimes called speculative fiction, whatever, distinctions, is the ways that it really lets you explore other thoughts, like other possibilities, right? You speculate. And I remember when some people, not all people, hashtag not all, but some people got really mad at Caprica, the Battlestar Galactica spinoff, because they said it wasn't science fiction because it wasn't set in space. And I was like, I mean, it's set on an alien planet and it's all about AI. And yeah, sure, it's science fiction. But for them, science fiction was only being in space, in a spaceship. For them, yeah, they had a very narrow idea of what science fiction was. And I was like, no, this is still science fiction. I don't, what are you doing? They were kind of like in a space where they kind of only wanted military sci-fi and they were getting weird about it. But I was like, look, it's not, you don't have to like it, but I don't think you can just call this not science fiction. I feel like I don't see how you could do that. You can just say, I don't like it. You know what I mean? Like, I think that's fair, but that was weird. Farscape and Scorpius being inside Crichton. Oh, yeah. Dolly Dreams mint sauce. Sounds like they want space fiction, and that's also cool. But I just feel like you can not like something. Bad art is still art. That's all I wanted to say. Like, just because it's bad doesn't mean it's not art. It's just bad art, whatever that might mean. You know what I mean? That's all I'm saying. Yeah, gatekeeping via genre definitions is awful. I agree. Atomica says, I have a story to tickle your fancy, Trooper. Tell me while I read this out loud. This is like my moment. Yeah, sci-fi doesn't mean space. Right? People get weird. Welcome to Rizzo's Inventory Records. Atomica's going to be writing me a story. The sweetest inventory records this side of Eridanos. Note, please do not lick this terminal. You will be electrocuted. Current inventory. Item, Gardner Automechanical. Amount, 23 or so. Status, beat up. Notes, wasp-ketos keep stinging these, breaking their stingers and dying. Should probably keep them separate. Item, mock apples and purple berries. Amount, a heck of a lot. Status, hard to count. That's weird. Note, do we really got to number every single fruit? We've got more than enough. Item, wasp-ketos. Amount, couple hundred hives. Status, real grumpy. Notes, don't get stung by these. Do you feel the person who filled this out might have been infected by a parasite? Item, Spectrum vodka, all colors. Amount, 1 left. Status, 1 shipment to the Puzzle Hedges, 1 to the Nut Hut. Notes, swing by the Nut Hut with some of my savings later today. Been a long week. Interesting. View groundskeeper note. The purple berries are growing a heck of a lot faster than the automechanicals can pick them. I should be mighty perturbed by what we're wasting. I'm going to try to do that Pepperidge Farms. I'm going to do the Pepperidge Farms voice. The purple berries are growing a heck of a lot faster than the automechanicals can pick them. I should be mighty perturbed by what we're wasting. But since I had that treatment, all I've felt is glad about things. Goodness, this promotion was sure a life changer. Treatment? Speaking of, Rudy, I've a feeling you're reading this. Caught you in a couple times, peering at me from behind hedges and the like. How about you swing by my shack and we bury the hatchet? I'm a changed man since you recommended me for this promotion. Grab a bottle of Spectrum vodka and we can share. And a chapter of the brand new Halcyon Helen serial. Knew you never liked that. I got advanced copies. Come on by. Jacob. By the way, the rhythm of that line was wrong and it came off weird. I need to reread it because that was a bad line reading. I'm so sorry. Got a bottle of Spectrum vodka we could share and a chapter of the brand new Halcyon Helen serial. Knew you never liked it that I got advanced copies. Come on by. Jacob. View overseeing orchard. Ist note. Yeah, bro. I must admit that when your old superior described you as a misanthropic, law-damned redacted, I did not expect you would ever acclimate to a position so many others have loathed. Productivity is at an all-time high, and what's more, You've not only impressed many visitors with your wonderful attitude, but you somehow seem to get along well with the wasp Ketos. Or at least, they haven't killed you yet. I would like to offer you an unprecedented reward. A one-time 15-minute break to be taken at your discretion. Well done, Yarborough. Overseeing Orchardist Hathaway. I don't think I like these corporations. Spoiler. To J. Yarborough, subject, hypotheticals. From H. Carlos, J. Yarborough, subject, hypotheticals. Carlos with a K. So, Jakob, got a quick rhetorical question for you. Let's say rhetorically that one of those wilderness exploitation reserve keepers got drunk and thought he'd indulge himself in some after-hours hunting. Let's say he theoretically released our primals, and those primals theoretically proceeded to beat him to death with his own rifle, then escaped to the orchards, hypothetical. Obviously, I'm just worrying for the sake of worrying, but if something like that were to happen, I'm not saying it did, especially since such a screw-up could cost me my job, but theoretically, Rissos may have tested some of their products on these primals, and these primals may have acquired a taste for Rissos booze, so booze that I know you've stocked in the orchards. So, look, if you see any favored primals, and I'm not saying you will, please, for the love of law, send me a message, okay? Huntmaster Carlos. Feels like bad things are happening all over. I feel like I should be allowed to pick this door. So I'm going to. Yeah, me too. Oh. It's just a doorway. That's not exciting. But maybe we'll see something cool. And do you ever do that? When I'm playing video games and I need to see around a corner, I often lean my physical body around the corner as well, even though that makes no sense because me moving my physical body is not actually going to change anything. Am I the only one who does that? Because I mean, I can't be, right? What if somebody swapped into my body and they're playing a video game and they find themselves leaning around corners to see what's happening, and then they don't know why they did it, but it's because I do it. I'm gonna read chat now. Once I finish this 360 around this building, which I just did. So I finished the 360. I believe we have come from that direction. I believe we have been in this building already. Or we haven't. Did we come from this direction? We did, right? Yes, I think we came from there. I think that's the way we came. And I'm just gonna... Yeah. Yes. 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 I think we came from that direction because there are dead people there, so that we must have come from that direction, which means we still have this whole area to do things with. And I'm going to read chat. Oh, hey, Dot. What if Peter Pan is some sort of trauma that Hook tries to battle? Every lost boy's part of Hook's broken mind. Ooh, that's really cool. Hey, Dot, how are you? Wait, the whole Look the Nintendo cartridge extends to the future? Yes. That was Artie Snack. Max says, remember that person you hit with your car last summer? Pepperidge Farm remembers. Yeah. Dot's laughing. Atomic says, I ordered my comm book last month. My class started January 25th. The textbook is online. I have to receive a physical card with the access code. Yep. I do not have the card. The teacher keeps pushing the coursework back because no one has gotten the book. I received an email that basically said, this book is out of stock. Good luck, innocent shrug. But it's an online book. How can an online book be out of stock? How can an online book be out of stock? That makes no sense. Make it make sense, Internet. Come on. Max says, you better get some pecan sandies if you want Pepperidge Farms to keep your mouth shut. Ooh, I love the idea of Pepperidge Farms, those old Pepperidge Farms guys being like threatening gangsters. Oh, yes. Atomic says, Dot, congrats on the position with KP. Absolutely. Cover-ups upon cover-ups, says Josh. Absolutely. Trooper, you're never the only one. Yes. Jector says, no, I jump as well, and I get vertigo in some games. Right? And it's just one of those things. Or if my character's trying to lean over something, I will sit up in my chair as if that will help. I know. I do the same thing. Jer says, leaning your head like that is an example of kinesthetic sense. Oh. Dot says, holy shit, that gun is awesome. I've just restarted the game, so I don't have cool shit like that. So this is from the DLC, Murder in Eridanos. And Dot, what you don't know is what it does. Oh. Redeem message. Don't be bugging, Trooper. I love it, bees. Like it. Hey, it was funny, but I watched a 10-minute speed run of the game at like work on Friday. So I literally finished this game accidentally first time. Oh, that's why I don't have it. So what does it do? Let me tell you. This gun is not a normal gun. I mean, yes, you can actually like shoot some electricity, but that's not what it does. What it does is that it detects weird spatial, timal, weird anomalies. So if I peer through this weird viewfinder, which I'm doing right now, and I look around to see what there might be to see, oh, look, there's something strange here on the ground. Now, if you notice, if I'm not looking through it, nothing. But when I look through it, I see footprints, and I'm going to analyze them with my strange spatial anomalizer.
Congratulations, Inspector. You've discovered more footprints belonging to the deceased actress known as Halcyon Helen.
So we're trying to track this actress was murdered. It's very suspicious. I'm just going to take a lot of everything, and we're trying to figure out who murdered her because we are hardboiled detectives. Is really what it is, and we are like, I mean, look, there are footprints. And we're following clues to try and find out who murdered her, and I think it was real bad. Oh, yeah, we definitely have not been this way because there are a lot of people who might try to murder us there. So let's not go there yet. Let's maybe just let's see. Resist caution. Pollination swarms in use in the area. Unauthorized personnel may be killed at their own expense. That doesn't seem good. I feel like there's a bunch of stuff we could check out that way, but there's a building right here that Halcyon Helen might have gone into, so I feel like we should just... Oh, hey, look. A dead body that we're going to loot for science, just to, you know. We're not looting bodies, really. Oh, okay, hold on. What's up? Ooh. So Halcyon Helen, before she was murdered, went into that building. We're gonna have to find out what's going on. But we're gonna just take all this stuff first, you know, just to... I'm under my encumbrance, so it's okay. I can still take everything.
Congratulations, Inspector. You've discovered more footprints belonging to the deceased actress known as Halcyon Helen.
There's a lot of mystery with Halcyon Helen, and I have thoughts and feelings. In Kino's her voice, hidden footprints, right? It's like Black Dahlia sci-fi, and yes, this is DLC. There are the two DLCs, Murder in Eridanos and something Gorgon, something Gorgon, blah blah. And the Gorgon one is all about Adrena time and what it's all about, and like Marauders. And this is about this serial actress who's been murdered right before the unveiling of this brand new Spectrum vodka. And Brown, I think it was. And I'm trying to figure out who murdered her. And it looks like maybe the Spectrum Vodka killed people, so maybe they murdered her for that. But also, she's got some mysterious stuff going on. It could have been the ex-boyfriend. It could have been like the angry, jealous co-star. Like it could have been a bunch of different people, and I don't know who did it. And I'm gonna find out. We're gonna find out. Is what's gonna happen. So there's probably like. So I like to do a 360 just to make sure. Before we go into the building that we don't, because sometimes when you go into a building, then there's a lot of murder happening, and I.
Timeline discrepancy detected nearby.
Oh.
Discrepancy detected nearby. Congratulations, Inspector. You've discovered more footprints belonging to the deceased actress known as Halcyon Helen.
So she walked through this building. I see. I'm not going to look at that just yet. She walked through this building. So what did she... Hold on. So, Halcyon Helen, the actress, she walked through this building before she died. But why? What secrets might be found inside this building? And might those secrets explain why somebody wanted to murder her? I had to find out. There are 1,000 stories in this city. But this one is Halcyon Helen's.
Stand in awe before our huge Rizzo's Hot House Conservatory trademark. This building hosts almost as many plant breeds as we have delicious products. Almost. Are you wondering about that omnipresent, warm, and fragrant mist? That's just our all-natural fertilizing spray, made of pureed sissy pig waste products. From nature, back to nature. Our spray is part of the cycle of life. Note, Rizzo's discourages inhalation of its safe and natural liquid fertilizer. In case of accidental inhalation, please record any unusual effects and give that record to the nearest Rizzo's employee as quickly as possible. Remember, you are part of the Rizzo's family. Be kind to your family.
Does anybody else have a bad feeling about all of that? Because, I do. Just for the record, I have a bad feeling about it all. I do not want to work for Rizzo's. I do not want to have anything to do with them.
Stand in awe before our huge... Are you wondering about that
Yeah,
Note, Rizzo's
yeah,
discourages inhalation.
yeah.
Remember,
I know. We're going to go in there, but before we do, I'm going to read chat. Chat. So, walk this way. Something fishing has gone for sure. Absolutely. Dot says, I mean, at least there's a warning sign. That's a good thing, right? I mean, something is rotten in the state of Rizzo's. And it wasn't technically on the body, right? Absolutely. I was just like picking it up. Check for friendos. Oh no, Halcyon Hill. I know, she's so dead. Trooper's just doing what Jez's body is used to doing, which is just looting people. Oh, so it's the Outer Worlds Black Dahlia, and right? So you're stealing. Am I? Stealing from a dead person? How does scientists make it those? Okay, so I'm not stealing from a dead person. I'm a punk rock rebel who's a bartender and a hacker, and I'm just liberating. So here's what it is. I'm just liberating the fruits of the alienated labor so that it can go back to labor. In this case, being me, mostly. Which I feel like is super, revolutionary and fair. Obviously. PH says, the butler did it, Trooper. The butler always does it because he's the only person who does anything. That's also fair. Dot's like, she also left the building, like Elvis. The mystery grows deeper. Dark Riven asks, how do you like this game? Actually, I love this game. Creepy Closet. I think it's got really great... it's got really great sort of political commentary. I think it is well done. It's got some of the best. Oh, hey, there's a person in here. It's got some of the best hair. It does a really good job of doing very different hair textures in a way that a lot of games do not do particularly well. There's a lot of really interesting diversity in the faces that is really, really cool. The writing is funny and satirical. I cannot rob these things while this person is here. looking, but maybe they're not exactly looking at me. So maybe I can stay out of sight, and maybe I could just pickpocket them while I'm here, and also steal things while I'm here, just accidentally. It was an accident.
Somebody's watching me.
I always feel that somebody's watching me, and I have no privacy. Whoa, I always feel that somebody's watching me. Tell me, is it just a dream? Ba-da-da-ba-bow. Thank you for that follow. Thank you very much for that follow. That was very kind of you. Look, we're going to go and... Okay, so there are footprints leading out, but we're going to go talk to this person first, and that will also be an excuse for me to catch up on chat. So, you know.
Hey, what are you doing in here?
I don't know.
Authorized to be in the conservatory?
Yes.
Are you trying to give me a heart attack?
No.
Are you my ex-wife?
Maybe.
She fell off the side of Eridanos under mysterious circumstances 6 years ago.
Uh-huh.
Conveniently rendering our marriage contract null. You must be the new groundskeeper?
Sure.
That can't be it either, seeing how the new one hasn't died yet. Just who are you?
Just who are you? Who is this guy? Emil's getting like major creep vibes off of that one. I mean, hello. Hold on a second. Super sketch. Hey, Canadian Moose. How are you? How are you doing? Rollers, can anyone hear the game? Yes, let me know if you need volume changes. They shock workers didn't even give 15-minute breaks once, so they're fine. Yeah, liberating. Nice try. Drakford says, literally every town or company is just about profit and killing the employee. Yep. Can't steal from the dead owe nothing. Yeah. It's more like finders, keepers, losers, sweepers. That is so elementary school, and I love it. Also, elementary school is, I'm rubber and you're glue. Everything you say sticks, bounces off me, sticks to you. Infinity, no backsies. Yeah, love it. I love some good elementary school questions in a second. Hescape says, well, technically you're stealing from their next of kin, whoever they have left their things to in their will. I imagine, since it's this universe, it's the corporation. Like, I don't think they get to leave things to their next of kin. I just feel like the corporation takes everything. And so really, I'm just stealing from corporations, which I feel like, as a hacker bartender, is totally legit. Let's see. Oh, oh, you know what I did not do? I did not update. I'm sorry about that. I did not update. I'll just turn up the video game volume just a little bit. I did not update my random commands. Sorry about that. V-Day is on the horizon. You have planes. F the corporation. Yeah. You're just like, oh, so sorry. Let me lie to this person for the moment. You're right the first time. I've returned from beyond the grave to exact my revenge.
Very funny. If you were Edna, you would have stabbed me in the throat halfway through the second word of my first question.
Does he think you look like his ex-wife? Or that you're gonna stab him for no reason?
I don't know.
Because one of those is kind of true.
Which one?
Oh, damn it. And after a while, anything that isn't a plant gets hard to distinguish from anything that is. But no, you don't look like Edna.
Too bad for you.
Though you do smell a bit like her, like blood and starship grease.
Oh.
You must be that freelance inspector. Well,
That's right.
I suppose you can poke around as you like. Bleeding hell. Standing up like this makes a body forget how stiff he gets, bent over plants all day. Oh, seems I'm not as young as I feel.
I just smoking this fake cigarette made me remind me of something I wanted to tell you from class yesterday. Whoa. Someone said for me, by the way, next of kin, that is the most hilarious thing. I love that. Says Roller. So I love how you were justifying stealing. You're never in the wrong, it seems. My character, Jezza, is a bartender and a hacker and like is a very damn the man kind of a guy and justifies all of his own behavior. He feels like he's like the rebel who can do whatever he wants because he's that kind of person. If I did a second playthrough as like a person who was like go corporation, I probably wouldn't take anything ever unless they were from Marauders, in which case I feel like that person would feel okay stealing from Marauders because they would think that that's like Marauders are outside of the corporate policy, and so it would be okay to steal from them. So if I were playing that character, I would not take from any of these people, but I would take from Marauders. That's probably what I would do, depending on the it's depending on the character that I'm playing. You can't be if you're a punk pirate. Bartenders don't get paid. Yeah. He's also a Rastafarian hacker that lives in Arcology at Night City. Yes, although the difference is the Rastafarian hacker is actually way more corp than Jezza is. He's actually way more corp than he lets on because he lives on a pretty good floor. Jezza's life is shaken and not stirred. You will never convince me that Wave is not Jezza. Hey, that probably says sad things about Jezza. That's what I'm gonna say. Okay, so I was teaching class the other day, right? I was teaching, and this semester I'm teaching queer pop, and we just finished week 3, so we're still pretty early in the semester. And the class we did on Thursday was Divas Part 1, so we're looking at all the very, very classic early divas. So 20s, 30s, 40s divas. So Marlene Dietrich, Judy Garland, basically pre-Stonewall divas. Marlene Dietrich, Judy Garland, Rita Hayworth, Lena Horne, Eartha Kitt, Carmen Miranda. I think those are the ones we were looking at. And does Jezza's mom have it going on? Yes. Yes, it does. Yes, Jezza's mom, she does have it going on. So we watched Marlene Dietrich sing this song from the film Morocco, where she's like in a tuxedo and she's got her cigarette and she's like singing her song and she's like doing her Marlene Dietrich thing. And she's like she kisses this woman and she throws a flower at Cary Grant. I think it's Cary Grant. Yeah. And so I'm asking my students, like, talk to me about her persona, how she's presenting herself, what makes her read as queer for people who want to read her that way. Let's sort of talk about this performance. And people had things to say. They had things, and I was like, well, did you notice about how she's holding her cigarette? And they're like, no. What? And I was like, well. And I feel like my students who are like 18 to 22, so they're youngish, may not know these old gender codes of holding cigarettes. They didn't seem to know them. That I was like, okay, well, this is considered a masculine way to hold your cigarette, or you could actually. I mean, suppose you could do it. You can do it like this, or you can do it like this. Right? But the old school masculine way of holding a cigarette is basically like this, while the feminine way of holding a cigarette is like this. And they were like, oh. And I was like, yeah. So she never holds her cigarette like this. She always holds it like this. And they were a little bit surprised and I was like, oh yeah. There's like all sorts of really weird gendered ways to do all sorts of things that may not be as relevant now, but were very, very relevant for a very, very long time. And they were just like, oh, I didn't know that. And I was like, oh, yeah. That was like a whole thing. Yeah. I've always held mine the feminine way. It's just more comfortable. And part of the reason why this is considered feminine, this is all stupid, right? Because it's all like weird social constructs, is because it is not considered masculine to ever have a break in your wrist. So if you hold it like this, you have no break in your wrist. So if you want to be manly, you can just basically not have flexibility in your hands. It's just so ridiculous, right? But like, it's not considered masculine to, I don't know, there's just a lot. There's a lot. Like, it's considered, it's not considered masculine to move to gesture from your elbow, but to gesture, like, there's all these weird things. The way we gender such weird things. And some of these things have loosened up, which is great. But like, there's all sorts of weird things about, do you gesture with one hand as feminine, 2 hands as masculine? What kind of gestures do you make? Or like, and it's just like,
Indeed. Tromped in and out of the conservatory with no heed for anyone else. Good thing none of my charges were damaged.
oppressive and gross.
Believe it or not, I would have had a harsh word for her.
Oh, that was about Halcyon Helen.
She pushed her way into a tour of the RR&D
Oh.
labs not soon after. She's just a serial actress. Yet she acts like she's deserved of the same access as a co-CEO.
Interesting.
She's not going anywhere ever again. Which is a shame, of course. Taken too soon and all.
So, clearly, Halcyon Helen understood. Wait, sorry. Clearly, Halcyon Helen realized that something was fishy in the state of Denmark. That something was wrong with the Spectrum Vodka Brown. And she went to go investigating before she put her name to it. Interesting. Was that why she was murdered? I want to thank Jer for that soundbite. You're a botanist, right? What do you do for Rizzos?
I sit inside and I look at plants. Goal is usually to make Rizzo's fruit products hardier and sweeter, but for every success, there are a couple of hundred failures. Example, tried breeding native Tripicale with a foreign strain. Would have called it Hexticale. In the end, it bred so fast, workers were swallowed up before they could harvest it. That one, I think, can be attributed to the waspitos. Some lament their irritability, but their productivity is unmatched. What's a few dead workers in the architect's designs?
I don't like you. I don't like you. You don't seem very nice. I'm going to read chat because you don't seem very nice. PH says, I have super low dex score, so I must be a manly man. Probably. Girl's like, well, gender is weird. It's true, PH. Dexterity is feminine. And Oni says, kind of goes back to how a limp wrist was a term for a gay person. Absolutely. Absolutely. Next of kin says, so does the limp wrist being stereotypical of symbol of male homosexuality come out of the same break in the wrist being read as feminine? Yes. Right? Although at the end of the 19th century, there was an idea that, like, if you were gay, it was because, if you were a gay man, it was because you were so masculine. There were these competing ideas about queerness, right? So one idea was that if you were so masculine, you were so manly, you would have to end up being gay because, like, if you're that manly, you wouldn't want to hang out with feminine beings, i.e. women. So, like, the more, like either you could be gay either because you're too feminine or you could be gay because you're just too masculine. And same thing with women. And I read this 1950s psychology textbook that was, or book that was warning about homosexuality. It was like from the early 50s. And it was like, you know, look out, you have to watch out because your son may be homosexual. Here are some signs. Does he like sports too much? That might mean, like, it was really ridiculous, but it was interesting to see the ways in which people's sort of signs for what makes somebody gay, it was like quite different in different time periods. And I always thought I think that's very interesting. Josh says, oh man, I distinctly remember as a young kid getting photos at the mall. Yep. They gave me the option to do fist or palm on cheek. I chose wrong for a boy and they corrected me. Yes. Right. That's the thing. Feminine, masculine, right? Like all those stupid photos we did. Josh, thank you. Thank you. You all remember you'd go to the mall or the school person would come in and like, it was always like, if you're a girl, you do this. If you're a guy, you do this. It's all this, like, it is so weird. It's so weird. If you ever really think about it, that's real weird, right? It is so weird. Yes, this whole operation has... Oh no, I don't have any sunglasses on my desk. All of my prop sunglasses are on the other... Oh, I have these. This whole operation has turned into a sting. Yeah! First class soundbite. Bravo. Vola says, drink options are gendered. Yep, which is stupid. You don't have to order a Budweiser to be manly. Sex on the beach with a tiny umbrella is a valid option. Pick what you like. But we also gender that. Like, it is so weird. Imagine not liking things with great flavors, right? Like, I know so many people are like, oh yeah, if you drink something that tastes good, you're not manly. And I was like, wow, what is your life like? Do you know what I mean? What is your life like? That makes me sad for you. I remember, maybe I can show you this. Waspitos are those angry flying bugs, right?
You say angry. I say efficient. Not only can our waspitos defend themselves, but Rizzo's investments as well. They come through the orchards only during pollination cycles, as dictated by our hive control operators. which means that visitors usually aren't on the receiving ends of their stingers.
Engineering. But if something goes wrong in hive control, the waspitos could get out.
Yes, if there's an equipment malfunction, the pollinization cycle will have to be manually shut down, which means traveling to hive control while the mosquitoes swarm.
Which I'm gonna have to do, right? Yeah. Goodbye, creepy dude. I think you murdered your wife. I just need to say that. I think you murdered your wife, and I don't think you're a very good person. And I know that's harsh to say, but I'm saying it.
Congratulations, Inspector. You've discovered more footprints belonging to the deceased actress known as Halcyon Helen.
So about this this model of masculinity that we're talking about, by the way, super interesting. I have two things to share, both of which I find super fascinating. Here, we're going to go over here and see what's up. But I have to stand up to show you this thing that's ridiculous.
You've discovered more footprints belonging to the deceased actress known as Halcyon Helen.
So we're going to head this way, obviously. There's other stuff over there that we probably should also look at, but I want to loot everything and I don't want to miss anything. So I'm a little distressed at the thought that I might be missing things to loot or clues. So we came through here. This was that way we didn't walk. Let's just make our way back before we head back out to make sure we don't miss any loot. And then I'm going to tell you two things which I think are super interesting and fascinating. Okay, we've just do a quick, we came through that way. We can go down there, but we're going to do a quick walk this way, which is where Helen is, but I want to make sure we don't miss anything in the process. We eventually need to go there, right? That's where she walked. But, yeah. But this seems to be something we did not look at. I have to tell you something. It's really important. I mean, it's not important, but I think it's really interesting. So,
Timeline discrepancy detected nearby.
okay. Well, all right. So I'm going to show you something first. You didn't learn from Blue? Follow the clue. Almost anyone in this world a good person, says Artie Snack. I feel like that intern was a good person. You know? I feel like. They're probably someone who unironically uses the term alpha male. Yeah. And waspitos are actually horrifying. They're really bad. Krillin says men are supposed to be miserable and die, and I want to get back to that because it's about capitalism. Tripper's a bit old to have learned from Blue. Yeah, that's true, actually. I thought that was birds looking for Fruity Loops. Heskins, apparently when I was little, an adult asked what my favorite subject at school was. I said PE and sciences. The adult told my mom I was picking boys' subjects, and that was concerning. My mom just laughed at them. So when I was in elementary school, around that age, my mom took me to go and get swimming lessons. So I had to take swimming lessons when I was a kid. I was never very good at swimming. And so we all had to we all got dressed. We were all like little kids, right? We're like 8, 9, or 10. We're really young. And we all have to line up by the pool. And there were these two swimming instructors, these older guys. And they were like, okay, everybody line up at the pool. And then they said, okay, now we have to teach you how to stand properly, right? And so they said, so you can see it, right? They said, okay, boys, stand with your hands on your hips like this. Girls, stand on your hands with your hips like this. So they made all of the people who were presenting as girls at 8 years old stand with their hands on their hips like this, and then all the boys stand on their hips like that. And I remember thinking, this is so weird. I was like 8, and I was like, I don't like this. But I remember even that, we indoctrinate gender into people so young. Actually, even much younger than that. But this was such an obvious thing that people were doing. You know what I mean? It's just weird. And we were all prepubescent. We weren't men and women yet. We were just kids. It was just so weird. I didn't like it. Curl says, I hate to say it, but Jazz says no, Columbo. That is true. This is true. Stands with arms crossed. Artie's like, that is gross. And Hesky's like, oh my God, yeah, no, we were kids. We were little kids. And that's what they're like, you got to do this. And we always had like, yeah. And they also said, like, if you were a girl, you had to stand with 1 foot forward. So that, like, I suppose you were hippier. I don't know. And if you were a boy, you had to stand with, like, your feet shoulder width across. And, like, it was just really, I was like, I don't like this. But, you know, that's how we do it. In an oppressive, terrible way, in my opinion. But here's the thing, guys, really interested, right? So Krellin said that men are supposed to suffer, be miserable, and die. And what's really interesting about this is that that was not the model of masculinity in the 1700s. It's the model of femininity and masculinity that we live with now really started developing in the 19th century. And so I feel like this is our oh, here we go. Oh, it's that blood. I think we're supposed to probably blood.
This console is 95% non-functional. Remaining 5% functionality stems from display reading console non-functional. Cause of shortout is most likely related to purple residue splattered all across the keyboard.
Let's perform a chemical analysis.
Substance contains trace amounts of purple berries, fruit flavors, and artificial sweeteners number 35, number 49, number 240, number 322, number 314, and many, many, many others.
I'm not going to taste the residue. I think that's a bad idea, so I'm going to just inspect the console. Oh. Looks like several of the electrical panels were removed, then fastened back into place. Poorly. Interesting. Should I do it? I should taste it, right? I should taste the residue. I should taste it. I'm a bartender. Bartenders taste things, right? I should do it.
You know you're liable to get sick doing that.
It's super sugary, with the sweet tang of purpleberry and a bunch of other tropical flavors all mixed together. It meshes well with a faint flavor of oil. Not bad, not bad. Volus is like, boys wore Philly dresses. It's true. There was a long time when all baby children wore long Philly dresses and didn't cut their hair. So little boys looked to us like little girls, but like that's just what everybody did that's just what everybody did. Wait, are you hearing anything weird? Those sprats? I'm just hearing some kind of weird chattering weirdness in the background that concerns me just a little bit, but we're going to just take... So there's clearly been some kind of corporate espionage, which I'm not mad about. Not mad about it at all. Actually, sounds good to me. But there was also murder. I feel like somebody murdered Rizzo, Halcyon Helen, because she found out about corporate malfeasance and they didn't want it getting out. And because she was famous, she could make a big stink about it. But I cannot confirm that for certain. But that is just my current theory, that Halcyon Helen was murdered because she knew too much. That's the way we got to go. But I also want to check chat. I just making sure we've been through all this place, and I think we have. I think we've... Actually, there are things that are alive and moving over there, so I think we might not have been over there, but we are not going to go over there now. We're going to just continue our clues while we talk about the invention of modern masculinity and the shift from feudalism to capitalism. That's what we're going to do. Because why would we not... Oh, hey, look. Look, I think it's not bad that I'm inspecting because we're clearly finding stuff, right? Look at this. We're finding all sorts of clues. Just be a little more roundabout and look what we discover. Look, we just... What is this?
Timeline discrepancy detected nearby.
Okay. What do we have here?
Analysis. This discarded canister is typical of the arm-mounted storage tanks on the orchard's agricultural mechanicals. However, it is not currently attached to a mechanical. This canister contains a high amount of vinegar in addition to water. Warning. Use of vinegar, a known herbicide on purpleberry saplings, is a Rizzo's agricultural standards.
Sounds to me like somebody's doing some major corporate espionage and sabotage. Sabotage! Let's initiate a deeper chemical analysis.
Makeup of substance: 50% water, 50% vinegar. Trace amounts of woolly cow feces also detected.
Maybe this container wasn't properly cleansed after it was used to hold fertilizer. Interesting. Discrepancy in now amplifier. Where are these canisters usually kept?
These canisters can typically be found in the nursery storage building in the Purpleberry Orchards, except for this one, which can be found here.
Thank you. So, I'm gonna read chat. We have also gone very far away from apparently where we should be hanging out, and we've just walked into a bunch of enemies. So that's a host. So that's parasites. That's bad. What is that? A parasite spawnling. Oh. So for those of you who we're gonna save, for those of you who were not here earlier, there are a lot of people in this orchard who are very happy to be here. They're very happy to be here. They also have strange tentacles bursting through their skin, some sort of creepy parasite that keeps them happy even though they're in pain. And it looks like when the parasites get big enough, they burst out of that person's body and turn to that massive parasite we just saw. So we'll have to go and visit, check that out, see how that's doing. Yeah, Trooper, look on YouTube, Run Like a Girl commercial. Oh, okay, cool. I will do that. Artie says, you really want to mess with people? Tell them that it used to be that pink was the color associated with baby boys and blue was for girls. Absolutely, because the reason why pink was for boys and blue was for girls was because everybody knows that women are like passive and serene, which is of course like blue, and boys are aggressive and violent, which is red, and like the diminutive red is pink, right? So that was what people did at one point in time. Teddy Roosevelt had frilly dress. Yes, he did. O'Neill says, I find it interesting comparing our concept of feminine with that of, say, the communist bloc nations, who had women fighting for them in World War II and still have gender roles, but in a totally different way. Absolutely, right? But also something that has to do with economics, which is like part of the thing that's really interesting about like the sort of the modern development of our current gender roles. Artie says, and sometimes I think we should bring robes back, as in many respects they would be more comfortable, I think, unless it's super cold. In this world, I think there is always corporate espionage. Yeah. And Vola says, we had snuggy blankets during the lockdown, rather close to robes. I wear robes as an academic, like at graduation. I also think it was that baby boys were called knave girls. Oh, interesting. The gun has a wry sense of humor. Yes. Josh says, gender has been all twisted in capitalism, religious power, and military grooming. Yep. At least that's where my family's intersections came to define gender. I doubt that's... Oh, no, and it's actually quite deliberate, right? Everyone's a little bit too happy. So Heskip says, it was only 10 years ago that women were legally allowed to wear trousers in France. Yeah, it was pretty recent. Although in most urban locations, people wouldn't enforce it. The law banning women from wearing trousers wasn't overturned until 2013. Right? I remember my French family celebrating it. I was shocked it took so long for the law to be changed. Yeah, and of course, I know about it because I was doing research for City of Light for Colas. And when Marlene Dietrich went through France, they threatened to arrest her if she wore pants. She did anyway. But, you know... Right? After very careful consideration, says Crit Twitch, going back to the doing something with one hand versus two. Okay, here's one middle finger for the construct. Oh, my bad. Here's my other one. Crit Twitch, I love you. So what's really interesting is when we made this switch from feudalism to capitalism, also, right, with the Industrial Revolution, a number of things shift. Krellin says... Marlene Dietrich gave no fucks. She'd entirely run out. That is true. That is true. She's also like, hey, I can seduce Hitler and stab him if you want. I totally can. I think she also could have. So what I think is, oh, I should resume. So what I think is super interesting and change my weapon and get ready for murder. Oh, I have to eat food, sorry, because I have a food addiction where you're apparently supposed to eat regularly. So I have to eat food. we'll just eat this. And
Keep him quiet.
great. Let's do that. I feel like this is probably not a good long range weapon, but oh, it is. Okay, cool, 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 cool. Let's. Where's everybody shooting? Oh, hey, hi. Pardon me. Oh, you're dead. Cool. What's happening? Oh, hi. Excuse me.
Do that again?
Sure. You're very enthusiastic about combat. They were everywhere. I wasn't prepared. I was looking at chat. I was thinking about chat, and then, there was a lot of. Okay. Parasite jelly. Do not use this jelly to make a sandwich. In fact, do not use this jelly at all. Let's take some. Let's not eat it, though, because I assume that that way lies badness, right? I mean, yeah, let's see if there's, well, there's certainly stuff, a lot of stuff around here. Let's do our loop, our investigative loop. Yeah, let's do that. So, capitalism, right? Curse of the Super Taster. So, when we had feudalism, right, the nobility often showed off their noble status through excessive displays of wealth. So remember, I don't know if you know this. I mean, some of you do know this, definitely. But high heels were for men originally, right? They started with male aristocrats, and a number of things we think of as feminine actually started off as aristocratic male dress.
Behold Rizzo's all-natural orchard.
At one point.
Trademark. Unlike our competitors, who think they can do better than nature, we let nature take its course, only better. Instead of the lowly honeybee, at Rizzo's we have crossbred wasps and mosquitoes to create the all-natural wasquito. Copyright. With their elongated proboscises and stingers, these hardy insects are capable of both pollinating our lovely fragrant fruit flowers while at the same time defending them from any and all pests that might harm them in any way. It's an all-natural solution to an all-natural problem, and it's all Rizzo's.
Yeah, and it showed off. The heels made short kings taller, and it showed off their manly calves. And this is true. Judges with robes and long curly hair, absolutely right. So there was and one of the things. So I'm going to put it this way: the modern gender constructs that we have were developed to compensate for some changes in society, specifically, and not only just the modern gender constructs, but our idea of romance and love and marriage also is part of this. Before, you did not have to convince people to work hard jobs because they were your serfs and you just forced them to. You also did not have to convince people to fight in wars because you would just conscript them and you would just force them to. And you did not have to pretend that people were equal because the divine right of kings says that they were not, right? That you as a monarch are given that position by God, and you are inherently better than other people if you're an aristocrat. That's just the natural law. And if you are not an aristocrat, that's just what it is, right? So the worldview did not need you to convince people to accept things or do things in the same way. But once we sort of got rid of feudalism and had the rise of the middle class, because that's another big thing that was like really important in the construction of this new style of gender and romance and relationships and all that. We also didn't actually have heterosexuality or homosexuality until this time period as well. Like, we didn't actually have sexual identity until this time period. Like, a lot of things shifted around this time period. So what happens now is that you need to convince people to work in miserable factories for a very long time in bad conditions and just do that. Like, leave the farm or whatever it is. You've got to convince people to do things that before you didn't have to convince them to do. And so we get the rise of, well, it's manly to do those things. As Carlin said, to suffer and die, we make that become what it is to be a man so that people will voluntarily do that and feel good about doing it and be joyous in doing it and feel like if they do it, they have something. So maybe I'm not rich like all those huge industrialists, but I'm manly. And they are not manly because they're too wealthy. So we kind of feminize wealth in certain ways, which is tied back to aristocracy. So you can be like you can be like, yeah, well, John Kerry goes windsurfing and that's not manly, so I'm way better than him. And I'm working in a mine with no safety regulations and I'm getting black lung and dying, but that makes me a real man, right? And then we do the same thing with women where we sort of make femininity what we need it to be to sort of function for the capitalist system that we're doing. And the same thing with romance. Nobody really thought of weddings as like being about romance. It was about it was about property inheritance and political maneuverings. Like it was like very practical. But once we get to capitalism and extreme inequality, not tied to the divine right of kings and that sort of a thing, and God ordained or whatnot, you have to sort of convince people that there's something else going on. And so I may be poor, but I have romance. We all can have love, right? So we get these huge sort of emphases on love as an equalizing force, which is like where that, like, you know, Living on a Prayer, right, by John Bon Jovi, like they're really poor, but it's okay because they have love, right? So this whole sort of like fixation on romance as the great equalizer, this sort of fixation on really manly men volunteer to go to war happily, and then also work in really abusive, exploitive work environments, but don't complain about it. And women are going to now sort of like stay in household spaces they never did before. So there's just like a lot of what we think of as modern natural gender behavior that is actually just meant to try to make society not freak out by the discrepancy between the rhetoric of the Enlightenment, right? Because the whole Enlightenment thing was all about like freedom, fraternité, égalité, fraternité, égalité, liberté, égalité, fraternité, right? Like this whole idea of like, we get all these revolutions, and all these revolutions are based on the ideas of freedom, equality, upending these social structures, right? Upending these hierarchies. But then we end up being in a place that is real bad in terms of those hierarchies. So you have to figure out, how do you manage, right? How do you manage this new population of people who've just murdered a bunch of aristocrats and overthrown governments, or have seen it happening in a country next door? How do we get them to accept what's going to be a lot of unequal behavior and treatment and outcomes when they just had a revolution to stop that? So you end up tying these things into identity through gender and other things. And so then, and also bring up the idea that, okay, the rich people, they're just not as good as you are because you have manliness or whatever it is, authenticity, right? So a lot of these things were actually kind of deliberately done in the wake of these revolutions to sort of try to basically make sure that the proletariat don't get all upset, and to give the middle class some kind of cultural space. And we now have inherited them as like, that's what it means. But all these things are just actually a tool to distract us from oppression. Yep. And then rugged individualism to keep, and the rugged individualism to keep people from organizing. And do you want to know what's really interesting, though, about how our ideas of gender and manliness and feminineness and all this stuff also is different between countries? Of course, that's true. But what's really interesting, and this is really fascinating, is that the United States had a real problem. The United States was not European, and Europe had like a lot of Catholic countries, right? We were our own thing. So one of the things about the United States that became a problem, so when we had the American Revolution, that was a big concern, and there was a lot of work to try to make sure that we didn't just keep going. But one of the biggest problems that, and Carlin says also racism, absolutely. I might be a poor crap miner living in a tiny little shack in a mud hole, but at least I'm not black, absolutely. And also anti-immigrant sentiment, same thing. Anti-Semitism, all those things. So this is like, I know I've got to like click the audio tour to continue, but I have to tell you this because this was so fascinating. I was reading about this and I thought it was so interesting.
Fruit in the orchards. Should you encounter a swarm of mosquitoes on your trip through the orchards, please refrain from defending yourself. Mosquitoes are expensive to breed and maintain, and any damage to the swarms will be billed directly to you, or to your next of kin as appropriate. If you are caught outside during a pollinization cycle, Rizzo's recommends entering the fetal position and or feigning death. Speaking of death, Rizzo's also recommends avoiding the electric containment field surrounding the hive. Mosquitoes are averse to the charge and will not come near the field, but most humans cannot sense changes Rizzo's assumes no responsibility for any visitor electrocutions.
They're so great, Rizzo's. So awesome. So awesome. So, y'all, Halcyon and Helen went that way, but we're here. I mean, like, we're right here. We might as well just go in, right? And just see what's happening in the hive. Should we? We should. I mean, we're here. We're here. We should do it. We'll just do it. It'll be fine. It'll be fine. We'll just, that's just. Trooper, I'm not paying if you harm the Westpedos. Okay, fine.
I have no idea what these are, and I'm not sure I want to know.
Understandable. Okay, so look, I've got to tell you this really interesting thing about gender and social concepts of identity and structure in the United States and how we had a huge problem. It's so interesting. I was reading about this, and what was I? It was probably an article when I was doing some research on American nationalism for a paper I was doing on the song "I'm Proud to Be an American" by Lee Greenwood, and I was doing a whole bunch of research on American nationalism and how it manifests differently and all this stuff, right? So anyway, look, so interesting. I got to tell you, it was so fascinating. I'm so interested in this. So, the United States, unlike Europe, the central government of what became the United States, i.e., the British, New Britain, right, the British colonies, were founded by Puritans. It's
Timeline discrepancy detected nearby.
probably inside this building. I cannot currently get in there. We'll find a way around it, I hope. We'll see what we can do. Wait, something? Maybe? There's a clue around here somewhere, and we will find it. So, we're founded by Puritans, right? And I will note that Puritans also had a slightly different sort of set of gender norms than outside of Puritania, the United States. But one of the things that was really, really crucial to sort of Puritan behavioral norms was humbleness and lack of consumption, right? Buying things was considered, okay, well, we've got this going on, everybody. Buying things was considered prideful, and buying things leads to Satan, right? Like it was not considered good to buy fancy things, right? So you were supposed to dress plainly. You were supposed to be humble. You were supposed to, let's get here for a moment. Hi, how are you doing? Get away from me. Get away from me. Get away from me. I don't like it. I said, stop it. Where? Pardon me. Excuse me. Oh, I'm not going to take any phobias. It's not worth it. No. No phobias. I took one. Like, wait, did I take it? No. No. I said no. I think I just took a phobia, everybody. I think I just accidentally took a phobia. If I go back, it should cancel? Okay. Will it? I feel like it's not canceled. I think I'm phobophobic. Okay, we've got to go in and see what happened here. No, I've got the perk. Yeah. I wish I could just reject phobias in real life. Yeah, me too. I actually think that I just have it now. Yep, I have vermophobia. It's there. I have it. It's there. I get a -1 to dexterity, perception, and temperament when I'm around worm-like creatures. That's terrible. That's a terrible phobia to have when we're facing monsters. And I did not save recently, I don't think. I do not think I saved recently, so there you go. This is true, and hopefully there won't be a lot of worm-like creatures outside of this DLC, so let's see. I'm going to add I don't do melee, so we won't do that. What is this? Plasma damage dealt to me is reduced. That's not necessarily bad. I could just reduce damage is not necessarily bad. Oh, more damage when I'm low in health. That's also not bad. Science weapon damage. I'm not really doing a lot of science weapons. So let's just up our damage when we're low on health. Let's do that. I mean, there could be lower tier ones that are really good too, but I'm going to see what chat has to say. I really hate their flaw mechanic. It really is just poorly implemented and completely pointless. Perks just aren't worth enough. Yeah, I inclined to agree with you. Reduce my movement penalty to accuracy. Oh, that seems really good. I think I'm going to take that one, right? I think that's probably really good. So let's bonus to, no, don't like it. Vendor buying price. Okay, we're going to increase our accuracy when we're moving because I move a lot. So I try to run away. So let's apply that. Let's accept it. Still not excited about my this vermophobia in the middle of this DLC, but you know what? Look at all the vermin. Look at all the parasites just popping out of his body in an inappropriate way. Okay, so, right? It's hard to be humble when you're perfect in every way. So, right, so here's the thing. It had been in the puritanical mindset that, like, you should be thrifty, you should reuse, you should not buy things, basically, right? That you should make your own things, you should not buy things, you should not do entertainments, right? That was another thing, part of, like, the whole Puritan thing. Like, you should not be going dancing, right? You should not be... yeah, like no frivolity, no music, no dancing, no buying fancy goods, no fancy, like all that fancy stuff was considered sinful and bad. Cool, right? That's fine. So the only problem is that then we hit the Industrial Revolution in the 19th century, and our economy switches to a consumer economy, right? How does this kind of economy function, the kind of economy we're in? It functions when people buy lots of things. And we started getting this new economy based on entertainment and that's not the thing I want. Entertainment, basically, right? So like we're getting a whole new economy based on conspicuous consumption, buying consumer goods, right? And things. Of course, the problem is that we have an entire society of people whose identity is tied into not spending money because they think it makes you, I should maybe also do these things. Also, my friends, do your stuff, everybody. Everybody do your things. Yeah, everybody do your stuff. Because I'm kind of freaking out. Oops, sorry. Also, do your things. Just, how are my friends? How are you all doing, friends? How's everybody going? Okay, great. Use your ability. Okay, cool. Come on, reload. Excuse me, everybody. We'll talk about Puritans in a moment. How's it going? Who's shooting at us? Here. Oh, hi. Excuse me for a moment. I have to just get a little bit closer. You know, I really should be using my pistol because I'm way better at my pistol than I am anything else. But I think that my shotgun had like electro. Hey everybody, how are y'all doing? Not you, my companions who I sort of died. I didn't die though, so they're back. Hey, how's it going? Are you okay? How are you?
We've got a murder to solve.
I know.
I say we take our time. Enjoy the hotel. No one's allowed off the islands except us. The killer ain't going anywhere. Unless they jumped off the edge. And they got some way to fly. Huh. Didn't think about that.
Let's talk about something else, shall we? Yeah, never mind. Hey, Parvati, I can't talk to you with this gun drawn. It's really rude. Hey, how's it going?
I can't believe Miss Helen's gone.
I know, yeah.
Feels like it's going against the laws of nature somehow. I used to watch Helen's serials. She'd fall into mortal peril every couple episodes, but she always lived in the end.
I'm glad I could take you to Sierra Danos. How does it feel?
Breathtaking. Have you looked over the edge of the complex yet? Just watch the clouds turning? It's like an ocean without end.
Yep, it really is something.
Eridanos and Olympus are the two biggest planets in Halcyon. King and queen of the sky. Looking out to the horizon, I get this feeling that we're in the company of royalty. Eridanos is 100 times the mass of Terra 2, 800 times the volume, 10 times the diameter. We're flying through the tiniest layer of habitable atmosphere. Sometimes I can't believe how small my world used to be. My horizons were about as wide as the walls of Edgewater.
And now look at you, on top of the world.
Yeah. We've come a long way.
Yeah, we'll talk later. It was nice chatting with you, Parvati, after that near murderous situation that happened. But I feel like after such a good conversation, we should probably loot the bodies of the mechanicals for science. So, right, anything except indulgences, you should definitely use. Oh, absolutely, yeah. And anything not relating to your supplication is a sin, right? Funny how puritanical morals are now the more standard poor people are often expected to live by, or hassle if they don't. Yeah. The excess here is when having more is good. Yeah. So my copy of the TTRPG Wander Home just arrived. Ooh, I actually, yes, Wander Home is a thing that I have been, also Red Markets. There are a couple of things RPGs I've been like, oh, I should check those out. Wander Home is one of them, actually. Wander Home is one of the ones I've been thinking about and looking into. Thank you for reminding me. So, yeah, right. I need to pick up Wander Home. I've heard really good things about it. So it's I'm gonna write this down so I don't forget. Wander Home. Yes. So, with the rise of capitalism and the need to the economy would not work if people were not just basically spending money. So they had to go through, but unlike in Europe where people were okay with spending money, we had an entire population who believed that spending money was sinful. So they had to go through an entire sort of basically propaganda process to convince people that not only was spending money and buying things good, that it was patriotic, that it was a sign of your worth as a human being, right? That basically they had to do a lot of work to counteract the puritanical culture that did not encourage people to spend money. And so there was a whole sort of process of redefining gender in the US in a way that would make it compatible with conspicuous excessive consumption. So a 19th century consumer economy would work. Let's not fall off there because I feel like that would be bad. And what's interesting, to me at least, is that you can still see the echoes of that in certain moments, right? For example, after the 9/11 attacks, those of you who remember, right after the attacks, what George W. Bush said as the president was, the way that you can fight terrorists and make sure they don't win is to go shopping, right? That's what he said. He said that the way to fight terrorism is to go shopping and spend money. And very often when people are a little bit worried about whether or not people are going to be able to make lots of money in terms of capitalism, the idea that spending money is a patriotic thing to do comes up, right? There's a lot of ways in which, since our economy is based on consumer consumption, we then end up making conspicuous consumption a marker of what makes you a successful man, or what will make you a patriotic person, right? Like we just get a lot of that, and that's like a. Excuse me for a moment. And that's like a. That's how we do it. This is how we do it, my friends. Oh, hi. Let me get here for a moment. How are you doing? How's everyone doing? Everybody's dead? Not, our friends are not dead. Oh, wait, what happened? What's going on? Oh, hi. Woo! Excuse me. Excuse me for one moment. Okay. We're all good, everyone. Search the picnic. This is the picnic. Doesn't seem like a very fun picnic, to be honest. Seems kind of like a bad picnic. Like a bad picnic. Okay, we got some clues over there, which we will head over to, but talk more about capitalism and the conflict between Puritanism and capitalism and how that shifted our society, and other things. Anyway, I just thought that was super interesting because that was not a problem that Europe had to deal with, but it was a problem that we had to deal with very specifically because we were founded by Puritans, and I thought that was super, super interesting. And I just thought that was like I found that really interesting. It was like, oh. And I do appreciate it because it does still take into account how, even though we all have many countries and places have similar pressures, the cultural context of that specific place will manifest those things differently. Hey, chat, what's up? It's like microscope plus cute animals and a dash of Ryutama. Oh, interesting. Who did that, by the way? Which publishing house was the publisher, and who wrote it? They hate our freedoms. It makes me so angry. Yeah. The whole buy war bonds. Absolutely. Business as usual. They hate us invading their homes. Yeah, that too. Like, how are you going to call yourself a man without a 5,000-inch TV? Absolutely. They took our picture. And also, do you remember? There was a. You may or may not remember, depending on how old you are and what you watched on television, but there was an ad on Saturday Night Live, and it was a spoof ad. It was like a joke, and this was like after the safety razors, disposable safety razors. Bic, Schick, all that kind of stuff. They used to have only one blade, and then they're like, we have two blades. It was like this big deal, like 2 blades, it's better. And then Saturday Night Live came out with a sketch making fun of that, being like, we have 5 blades. And like the idea that you put 5 blades on a disposable safety razor was just like clearly completely ridiculous, because that is just so silly. And we now live in a time period where that's exactly what they do. They put 5 blades on a disposable safety razor and charge you more for it and tell you that you will not get a good shave unless you have that. Right? What was a satire just became reality. RR&D Lab Security Access Card. This is a key card for the Rizzo's Research and Development District Labs. Research and Development District Labs. If you're reading this warning anywhere other than the RR&D Labs, please return it to the RR&D Labs for an only moderate extreme pay deduction and a mild reduction of working fingers. What? I'll take the card, but I will not report it. Just so you know, I'm not reporting this. Although I don't actually work for them, so I feel like I can kind of do what I want to do. Let's analyze this broken tossball stick. The shaft of this tossball stick is bent and cracked, exceeding tossball regulation requirements. The end of the tossball stick is
Detected embedded within the chunks of dark matter. Wicker is not a known ingredient of the dark matter product.
You cut me off early? Anyway, chunks of matter, right? Let's examine the end of the stick. It looks as if someone used this tossball stick to completely obliterate a picnic basket. Maybe it's some kind of upper-class mating ritual.
The only members of a tossball team strong enough to crack a stick in two are the dedicated hackers, like Black Hole Birdie. Whatever Ms. Ruth Bellamy must have relayed to the DOS-ball hacker during their picnic together instigated a furious increase in his usual strength threshold by 52%.
Something went wrong here. I really hope it wasn't the food.
This is a red herring. They want me to believe that Black Hole Birdie murdered Halcyon Helen in a crime of passion. But I think it was the corporations who did it. That's what I think. That's my current working theory. I'm willing to change my current working theory if the evidence no longer points to it. But I do not currently think that Black Hole Birdie is the murderer. That's just where I'm coming from. Those are just my feelings. I will, however,
Timeline discrepancy detected nearby.
loot all these things and read chat, and we've got like 15 minutes before I'll stop, get a good 3 hours in, so I get some actual gameplay in, pretty good about it. But like also a lot of really good chatting with you all, which is making me happy. Yes, so I'm just gonna loot, find the discrepancy, stand there, and then read chat. Because I wonder if oh, hey, guess what, everybody? This is really interesting. You may be shocked to hear this, but I'm currently over encumbered. Just a little bit, though. I know that is a surprise coming from me, since I'm never over encumbered. It is a rare thing. But I am just a little over encumbered. Like, okay, so here's our thing. I'm gonna go read chat. Hey, chat. J Dragon. Oh, Possum Creek Games. Oh, cool. J Dragon and Possum Creek. Cool. I need to get it because I've heard really good things about it. I also want to get one. Oh, by the way, sorry. Look, this is not a but look, I have to tell you. I just picked up. I just got 2 new games in. One, I kickstarted. Wait, we'll be right back. Hold on. Come here. There we go. Code Warriors, the new book by Nerdburger Craig, right? The one that I did a one shot for over on Roll For It. You play this one. This is where you play a program in a computer that's dying, right? And so you're trying to figure out how to save this computer. It's basically like Tron. It's inspired by Tron. And then this one I got. It was not very expensive. It's a big, hefty book, though. But I was reading about it, and I thought, oh, I should probably get this because I think it might be interesting and important to get as part of my like well-roundedness in terms of experiencing different types of games. And so this one is the Index Card RPG, which I just read a whole bunch about. Now, you'd think for something called the Index Card RPG, it would be way thinner than this, but that is not the case. So it says, a full-blown D20 roleplay system tested by thousands worldwide. This is the do-anything, fast-friendly rules set you've been looking for. The heroes. Build, equip, customize, and evolve player characters from all over the multiverse. Tons of gear, powers, and abilities to make your idea awesome. The worlds. 5 full worlds, fantasy, sci-fi, Weird West, Ice Age, and supers. All the maps, lore, and detail you need to go deep. And the guts. Mash the game with deep thinking on monsters, game mastering, encounters, and story design. It's all here. This is by Runehammer. And I was reading about it, I think, on Reddit. And I thought it seemed like something that I should probably have to like ponder and think about and like see what it's like. So there have been a lot of recommendations of games running around on Reddit since people are like, I want to play something other D&D, and all sorts of things have sort of come up. And I had read, like somebody was talking about this one. I was like, oh, that seems really interesting. So I thought I'd pick it up. It looks like the core rules aren't actually that long, though. There's like a player's guide, which gives you things like different stuff, but it looks like the core rules itself looks like it's only, what, 15 pages? And like quarter style. So anyway, I've heard good things about it, so I thought I'd check it out. So those are the 2 new games that I got. And I'm not, but there you go. It is not index card sized at all. Baron says, yeah, lots of folks like the IC RPG. Yeah, I was hearing a lot about it, so I thought I'd pick it up. Josh says, yeah, oh yeah, I have that one on my shelf too. I love the IC RPG key mechanics. What are they? Josh, tell us because I just got it yesterday, so I've not been able to read it yet. So tell us what the core mechanics are. Tell us what you like about it. Give us some info because that's the whole joy of this space that we get to learn stuff. Yeah, so it's called now, why is it called the Index Card RPG? I'm going to guess based on the art on the back that because you can probably fit I bet you could fit your character on an index card. Maybe that's why they call it that. Maybe you can fit everything on index cards. Maybe you use index cards for everything. Maybe you do. I don't know. Josh is going to tell us. While we investigate these footprints.
Congratulations, Inspector. You've discovered more footprints belonging to the deceased actress known as Halcyon Helen.
Interesting. Those boots she's wearing, they were made for walking. Do you know what I mean? And I feel like that is just what they did because one of these days, those boots, they're just like walking all over you. I think she must have. We're
Timeline discrepancy detected nearby.
Yes, we're backtracking a bit because she was going. Well,
Congratulations, Inspector. You've discovered more footprints belonging to the deceased actress known as Halcyon Helen.
she's going this way, which means there are things we don't know about where she came from. So, look, I suppose we're just not doing this in a linear fashion. We're just kind of doing it in our own way, which, you know what? Good for us. We'll backtrack around, but maybe I'm not going to close the game until I find a location to put myself that when I start back up again,
Detected nearby.
I will know which way I'm headed. This is my. If I ended right here, I'd have no idea which direction we're going, where we've been, where we haven't been. So I'm going to make sure that when we stop, which will be soon, I will know which way I'm headed. You know what I mean? Because that is important to me, because I'm a little bit of a completionist. But also, there is a discrepancy around here somewhere. There. Right here. Footprints.
Congratulations, Inspector. You've discovered more footprints belonging to the deceased actress known as Halcyon Helen.
Josh says they use index cards for everything. Oh, that's cool. I just set off the trap card. Oh, that's neat. You get stuff for pacing and generating sessions. Based on the prints, the killer isn't parasite with size 15 stilettos. Oh, hey, look, more of those worms. Oh boy, let me grab it. But yeah, followed Roomhammer's YouTube for a while. Oh, neat. I would like to say that I think there's a lot of really good games happening right now. Although, you know what? I'm going to take that back. I want to take that back because I feel like that is not good to say. And you think, why are you saying it's not a good thing to say? And I will tell you, it's not a good thing to say because it buys into mythology. There have always been good games being made. To sort of say like, oh, we've got good games now, but not like in the past is no good, right? That's like the other side of the nostalgia is like, oh, back in the day it was so great, which was also not true, is the like, oh, back then they had nothing good, but we have all the good things now, which is also not true. There have always been interesting and good games being made and always also bad games being made. You know what I mean? Like there's nothing new under the sun. And so I don't want to, I just realized I was about ready to reinforce that kind of weird, that weird thing that I'm not a big fan of, that kind of, you know what I mean? Okay. You know what I mean. And actually, while we're here, let me just make sure all of my weapons are fully reloaded because we're gonna do a fight. Is what it is. So, hi. I'm being shot at. Super rude. I don't like it. Let me do this. Oh, wrong one. Let me do this. And then let me do some of this. Oh, hey. Parasite spawning. Oh, I'm not doing well with the parasites because I got that issue where I'm like afraid of parasites. Also, I don't think this is a good weapon for that. Oh, also I need to just stop being shot. Also, I'm dying. I need to take care of that for a second. Excuse me. Friends, everybody use your powers. Everybody use your powers to help me out. Yeah, let's just do all of that in the moment. And then let me just shoot some people. What's going on, everybody? Okay. That was a little hectic. Little hectic, everybody. Just, that was a little hectic. So, this is what's going to happen. We've got to get into, like, the winding down the stream part, but the only way we can do that is we find a location where when we start, I know where we're going, and we have all of this to do, but we're going to go there because that seems like a very obvious place to know where I need to go, right? Do you know what I mean? Like, I think that if I stop myself right here at this location, I will know that I need to go in here and search around and also talk to that person. Yes, that's what we're gonna do. We're going to save, and I'm gonna chat with you all as we end our stream. Wait, let me save. 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 Okay. Everybody, first off, point A. We got gameplay done, we found lots of clues, and we talked about a huge bunch of stuff. So I feel like this was a huge success. I feel like this was a triumph. This was a triumph. So let me see. So fluid tuning, room DCs, the 3 T's, treats, traps, and a timer for a flow of sessions. I got what you need. I got what you need. But can you say it's just a friend? Yeah. Treats are what the players want. Traps are what they have to overcome, and timers push the tension. I'm afraid of parasites that size too. Me too. It's too much purple berry. These fruits, yeah. Vola says Labyrinth with Minotaur, Great Escape Room, RPG story. Moses, short family trip at outdoors. Hercules, 12 short tasks. Loki at Norse stories. Tons of old RPG stories, which are classics. Oh, absolutely. Yeah. Josh, it's an incredibly fun time. Is it, I have a question about the index card RPG. It's a question I have. Veritor says, you say it before I could type it. It was a triumph. You're making a note here. Huge success. It's hard to overstate my satisfaction, you know? Thanks for the hard boils. So let me ask about index card RPG. So is it a beer and pretzels game? This is my question. Is it a beer and pretzels game? Is it kind of like a heroic power fantasy game? Can you run gritty, low-powered, and can you run gritty, low-powered in the index card RPG? Or is this a system that I'm going to run when I've got some players who are not particularly super invested? We're going to run a one-shot, and it'll be really easy to just throw them into some stuff, and it's just going to be like, yay, kill the things, do the stuff, go, big power, boom, boom, boom. Is it that kind of a game? Or is it like do you see what I'm saying? I tend to like to know what a system is optimized for, so I can figure out what I want to use it for. Because there's some systems like, oh, this one's really good for a one shot. This one's really good for a short shot with players who. This one's really good for players who don't like math. This one's really good for players who do like math. This one's really good for players who want a power fantasy. This one's really good for if I want to do a soap opera. This one's good for that, or this one's not good for that. So what would you say its vibe is? What do you think it's well suited for? I love the Kolos GM board on the shelf behind you. Yeah. It's so beautiful, and I can put sheets in there. I'm so excited to have a moment where I can use it. I cannot really use it here because of the way my desk is, but because there's a computer there. But I think beer and pretzels is the best for it. Yeah. When you said treats, traps, and when you described the three T's, I was like, oh, that sounds like a beer and pretzels game. It sounds like I wouldn't use it or like high adventure, right? Like high adventure, pulp, that sort of thing. Player power comes from their equipment and is built for quick resolution through dice. That sounds to me like it might be really good for a pulp game, like a Indiana Jones, Doc Savage style thing, or maybe like a MacGyver thing. So something kind of a little bit cinematic. How is it different, Josh, than Cypher, which also is about gear? Like fundamentally, that's about like getting ciphers. You got your ciphers that you then like burn through and use. How does this differ in feel if you've ever played or read or watched Cypher? Curious. Okay, look, y'all, I'm gonna go, but I want to bring up something first that I've been thinking a lot about. A lot. Because of a whole conversation I had online that caused me to have an all-nighter. It was like this, there was like this, right? The position that it's just really upsetting when people use D&D for everything. It's like an insult, it's a personal insult, and people use D&D for everything because you should be using games that you should be using indie games, right? That are good for the thing that you want to do rather than D&D, which is not good for the thing that you want to do. And I was like, well, people can use whatever system they want to use. And they're like, well, yeah, but some systems are suited to some things more than others. And the fact that people use D&D for everything is like this terrible, horrible insult to all these other games. And I was like, that's kind of strong language. I don't know. And they said, for example, it's really upsetting and terrible when people use D&D for horror because D&D can't do horror. They should be using a horror game for that. And I was like, I don't think that's true. D&D can do horror. And they're like, no. I mean, they're like, well, okay, if you mean Doom, where it's really just sort of like action with a little bit of horror, but it's not real horror. D&D can't do real horror. And I was like, tell that to Ravenloft and all the Ravenloft people who've been like, I was in a Ravenloft game that was pretty horrific, actually. It was very scary. I would say it was just as horrific as any number of other games that I've played. It's very well done. And so no, they don't like D&D. But the thing is, and here's where I find myself in a tricky situation, right? I actually think Krellin says D&D can do horror, just break the CR rules and make the monsters 5 levels higher than everyone else. Or do Ravenloft, where all of a sudden you don't have access to your god's powers, like, old edition Ravenloft, right? You know what I mean? Like all of a sudden things can get really scary really quickly. Also, people say that, like, I think one of the reasons why people say you can't do horror in D&D, well, there are a couple of reasons why they say it. One is because you're too powerful, and if the players are powerful, it can't be horror. It was like, but Delta Green has powerful characters, and you can do horror with that. You can. Clockwork says, there are so many facets to horror, I'm suspicious of anyone who claims something isn't real horror to start with. Yes, Clockwork Librarian. Anytime the word real gets thrown about, I start getting suspicious and a little bit nervous. No one has used the life system. It has been around millions of years. Yeah, and so here's what I was saying. So I think what I want to say is, on one level, I do agree that using a system that is not well suited to what you're wanting to do means that you're fighting the system, means it will not be as easy to do that thing that you're trying to do than if you used a system that will help you do that thing, right? So you either end up having to fight against the system or ignore the system, and maybe that's not always the best. So there are times when I would say maybe you shouldn't use D&D for that thing. However, I also will say that I think that people who tend to say that have a inappropriately narrow idea of what D&D can do. The people I know who get really mad about using D&D for other things, for example, would say, well, you can't do horror in D&D, but you can. Actually, you can do a lot of things in D&D. There's some things that I don't think you can do very well in D&D. In the same way, there's some things you can't do very well in GURPS. There's some things you can't do very well in Microscoped. Every game has some things you can't do very well in it. But I think the people I've spoken to tend to sort of frame D&D as a murder hobo only game where the only thing you can do is kill things. And that's just not true. And they say, well, nothing else is supported. It's like, well, that's also not true. yes, D&D does skew towards certain things, but I actually think that D&D is not as narrow as some people would say. So while I would agree that maybe D&D is not the best system for some things, I actually think that it is more useful for way more things than many people will give it credit for. I think you can do a lot more with D&D functionally than people will give it credit for. So like I'm basically somewhere in the middle where it's like, yes, I do agree that a game, like for example, if I don't find this system is as useful for X is a lot different than this can't do that. Yes, yes. There is a difference between can't do and isn't optimized for. Yes, but I also think that D&D actually has more options available to it than people give it credit for, right? So I was talking to DSB Dahlia about this, and we were talking about the idea that you shouldn't use D&D for basically anything, and she brought up A Court of Fey and Flowers, which was that Dimension 20 campaign that mixed Good Society and D&D. And I know some people would say, well, that's terrible because you can't do Good Society in D&D. And I was like, well, that's true. You can't do Good Society in D&D, which is why they pulled in all of those mechanics from Good Society that they liked into this D&D campaign. And then I'm sure somebody might say, well, then why don't you just do Good Society? Why do you need D&D at all? Because D&D is the man. And I was like, well, I presume the reason why they pulled the Good Society mechanics into D&D is because they wanted the parts of D&D that they used, right? Because Good Society cannot do the things that D&D does. So if what you wanted was a detailed magic system, combat that works a certain way, if what you wanted was all those D&D parts, Good Society can't actually do that. So if what you want is to have these parts of D&D, then just using Good Society by itself would not do it for you. If you want, do you see what I'm saying? Like, basically, they merged those two systems because they wanted something from both of those systems. And so it makes sense to me that what they wanted was not actually just Good Society by itself. What they wanted was a hybrid of Good Society and D&D, and to get that, they had to mix those two things together. Right? That makes sense to me. Yeah. Also look at Doctors and Dialects for 5e. Baron says, I think there's also some frustration when it feels like someone used 5e on a stream because it's popular and will get views. Yeah, but that is projection. Do you know what I mean? That's projection. That's projection. It would be pretty difficult to do the World of Darkness mage style magic in D&D. It would. So I would say if you want World of Darkness style mage magic, D&D is not really the best game for you. In the same way that if you want D&D style magic, then mage is probably not the best game for you either, right? You know what I mean? So like some things are not the best for it, but I feel like the people who are in a particularly anti-D&D space right now kind of think that D&D is actually not good for anything but murder. You know what I mean? And I think that's actually quite unfair, because I think that D&D has a number of strengths besides just murder. And those might not be strengths that I like, but they are strengths. And yes. And so I think there's actually just some, I always feel like if you're going to critique something, you have to critique it from an understanding space. And I think some of these critiques are coming from a space that is not particularly actually giving it credit for what it does. Do you know what I mean? Down Nomad says, a brain that non-ironically uses the word real to describe anything will be difficult to have a learning conversation with. Yeah. It is not reasonable to expect everyone shares a single definition of real. Absolutely. Artie says, sadly, it's also true that D&D will get you more attention than other systems, although it might start to shift a little now. So here's the thing. This actually goes back to Nepo babies. So I wanted to say this. So this is a thing. One of the fundamental problems with the ways in which the indie scene, and by that I mean the very specific subset of gamers who are self-described indie people, which is not all independent games, right? Because Cypher is not considered indie, Artel Saurian's not considered indie, even though they're all independent game companies, right? They're all these games, like basically most games are independent, right? But that subset is that they're in the space where there are a couple things going on. One, I feel like they fundamentally do not believe that people actually like D&D, or that they would like D&D if they played other games. Right? So there's a way in which they do not believe that D&D is popular because people like it. They think it's popular because the man has somehow made it popular. And that if D&D were not popular, people would be playing their games, but I have never seen evidence to indicate that is true. Every single time D&D has faltered, which has been very rarely, the big time was around 4th edition, and also right now, people did not go to small narrativist indie games. They went to D&D clones, right? They went to Pathfinder, and right now, the evidence coming back is that Goodman Games, Cold Bold Press, and Pathfinder are the games whose sales are up. Not little teeny tiny indie games about like underground crab truckers, which is a cool game. But I feel like people fundamentally cannot accept that people who play D&D like D&D. And like games like D&D. And so if they move from D&D to something else, it's probably going to be something like D&D because they actually like the mechanics, they like the system, they like the game. And I also think that if we go back to GNS theory, short gamist, narrativist, simulationist theory, very few of the indie games that call themselves indie games are gamist. Almost none of them are. There are very, very few. I think you can run Blades in the Dark in a gamist way, which is one of the few indie games that I see D&D players gravitating towards. But almost none of them are gamist games. They're almost all narrativist for the most part, although there are a couple of things, there are like a couple of outliers. And you think your game is better than D&D because it does this thing better, but what you may not realize is that D&D is one of the few gamist games on the market. And if somebody likes a gamist game, D&D is kind of one of their only choices. Now there are more, right? There are more choices coming out, of course. Many of them are basically D&D adjacent games. And I think that there's a real lack of consideration that, and this, by the way, the indie scene has basically pretended like the Forge doesn't exist because Ronna Edwards said some unfortunate things. And so they don't, in my experience, the indie scene tends to not be very good at self-reflection, and they don't tend to be very good at admitting when they have problems within their scene and within their community. They're very good at pointing out when other communities have problems. They're not very good at being like, yeah, we've had this problem. So the Forge is now just ignored like it never existed. But the problem with that is that there were insights in the Forge that I thought were important. One of them being that people have different agenda. And if you could think about that, you could see, no, of course they're not going to play your game because they like gamist games. If you want them to play your game, then make a gamist games. And people have done, like Goodman Games, et cetera, but they don't get counted as indie, right? So people are like, why aren't you playing the indie game? But they actually just mean Monster Hearts, or they mean this other thing, right? So I feel like a lack of attention. Like there's a way in which there's a lack of attention being done to game design. That, ironically, the Forge was wanting to talk about all along in the very beginning about game design and why does people like Vampire? Why does people like GURPS? Why they like D&D? Why they like My Life with Master, right? And really being thoughtful about designing your game for a purpose. And I do not feel like people are recognizing that D&D does what it's doing very well. It doesn't, like, I like other, yeah, it does what it's doing very well, right? And it actually does what it's doing in some ways better than a lot of other games. And there's not a lot of, and if you do not recognize what D&D does well and why people like it, I think you're going to have a really hard time convincing people to play your game. Also, they're never going to play your game. Now, some D&D players also play other games. Like, just that also happens. And some D&D players may play your game and decide they like it, and we'll do that too. But these are fundamentally very different types of games, and you cannot expect that somebody who likes free jazz is going to turn around and start listening to, like, death metal, because those are just very different things, and they're not necessarily... And it's not bad to like different things, but I feel like people are not really... And like, look, D&D is not my central game, right? But I feel like people are not understanding what it's doing, and therefore they're never going to win. And then they'll just keep being bitter when people just start playing games that are not D&D, but still not theirs, because they don't actually understand what the appeal is. And that's not useful. Yeah. Oh, yeah, they're projecting their hatred of D&D. And here's the thing. D&D is popular, and D&D was #1 before it was a big corporation, when it was an indie game back in TSR. It has always been number one with a couple of exceptions because it does some things really, really well, especially for new players. People are like, oh, D&D is too, like, why would you play D&D? This other game that I have, my Fishblade game, is way easier. It's like, it's not, though, because your game does not actually describe what people can do in concrete terms, and it does not have examples, and it is based on a whole lot of presupposed knowledge that if you have never played before, it's going to be really hard to figure out what to do. And D&D tells you what to do. Exactly how to make a character. It's very concrete, and there are modules. So if you've never GM'd before, you can pick up a module and you know how to GM it. Again, it is very, very concrete and therefore in certain ways user-friendly for certain kinds of users, where a lot of these other games that are experimental, which I love, are not really easy for new people who do not know how to play already. And there are a lot of things that people, I think, are sort of underestimating, you know? Advanced Fish plays a lot better, just saying, says Baratruck. This is good. Crab Truckers, no effing way, yeah. Josh says, I have to head out, but I want to say it's a fantastic channel. Thank you, Josh. Enjoy the rest of your weekend as well, and I'm also heading out right, because it's been like 3 hours and 15, so I'm heading out really soon. I just want to finish chat. Kron says, despite my dislike for gameism, is incredibly popular in gaming, no matter what form of gaming you use. This is true, right? And I think you can't just pretend like gameism isn't popular because people like it. If you think that people don't really like it, they just need to know other things, you are never going to get them, and you're going to come off as condescending. And nobody likes that. Like, you have to really take it seriously, that you've got to take people seriously when they say they like D&D. Do you know what I mean? Like, you just actually, and people, I've heard people complain, like, why would you hack D&D rather than play my game? And I was like, well, because your game is a narrativist game, and they do want to play a horror game, or they do want to play a spy game, or this game or that game, but they actually want to play a gamist spy game, or a gamist horror game, or a gamist other game, and yours is not a gamist game. It's a narrativist, and yes, yours is made for horror, but it's made for narrativist horror, and that's not what they want to play. They want to play gamist horror. If you want to get them, maybe make a gamist horror game that they can get into, but you haven't done that, right? And I think that there is a lack. I feel like there's some extra thinking and listening people could help. That's all. June says, I think there's also a general issue of people's unwillingness to be careful about language when criticizing art. Absolutely. I see this a lot in book or game reviews when people tend to say, this is objectively bad. Yes, when they actually mean, I personally didn't like it. And then they are surprised when others upset like this. Yes, 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 yes. I'm going to just say one more time. Yes. And that is, like, you have to be very careful about your language, and you have to recognize your internal bias. I think it's really important to recognize your internal bias so that you can see that what you're doing is talking about your preferences or the preferences of your friend group, but not an objective thing. And if you can get out of your own head, you will have a better chance of being able to translate to other people and get, like, I have had in my time gaming, I'm going to sing, by the way, I have gotten many D&D players to play other games. I have been very successful at getting D&D players to try other games. And one of the main things I do is I don't condescend to them. Like, that's really the central thing. I don't say, like, your game sucks, you should play my game. What I say is, hey, we've been playing D&D for a while. I would love to run a one-shot. It's going to be really cool. It's going to be kind of like a spy thing. I think it might be kind of fun. Would you like to try it out? It'll be like a one-shot. And they're going to say, sure, because they're my friends, right? And they're going to try something out because I tried out things with them. And then we play it. And then sometimes they like it, and sometimes they don't. And I try to make sure that what I present to them is going to be something that is going to have enough of a connection to them that they can, like, hook onto it. And I've actually been very successful at getting D&D people to branch out. Do they stop playing D&D forever? No, not usually, because they like D&D. But they'll often play other things as well. But I have to approach them with respect, and I have to speak to them in a language that they'll understand, and vice versa. And I've had a pretty good time. But I do find that saying things like, well, you don't really understand what real gaming is like, and if you could only understand, like, you know what I mean? Like, I find that just doesn't tend to get people to want to work with you. You know, that's all. Wizard says, yeah, a lot of indie people try really hard to not acknowledge games like Lancer. Yes, because there are a lot of independent games that are like Lancer, or like, just, you know what I mean? Like, yeah. Artie says, it is like someone who hates, say, superhero movies, saying that no one really likes superhero movies. They just think they do because they haven't seen good art house films. And if they only saw good art house films, they would really see how awful superhero movies are. And being surprised that if superhero movies vanished, they would start, you know, watching action or sci-fi adventure rather than art house films. Yes. True's message is basically they're just not into. Yes. And here's the thing. Hey, Prax. Hello. Welcome in, Raiders. We're hanging out and like doing our like post-stream wrap-up, talking about some of the discourse on Twitter at the moment. Wizard says, D&D is a lot of cruft, but it's a game you can play without actually knowing the rules, especially with D&D Beyond. Well, that's also true. There's a lot of support. I think one of the reasons why D&D is so popular also is it has a lot of support. Wizard says, and that is true for a lot of games, but a PBTA game might be incredibly simple mechanically, but requires very specific knowledge of tropes. And sometimes it's not very clear what you're supposed to do. Like, what is okay, if I want to punch somebody, what do I do? And that's sometimes hard for folks to figure out. But something like, you know, what's the difference between a gamist and narrativist? Story-based versus gameplay-based? I would describe it slightly differently because gamist games also have stories, right? And story games also have gameplay. The question is, what are you trying to do? Like, what is the approach that you're doing with the game? Artie says, this is why I dislike and ignore entertainment critics, as really all they're doing is saying their own opinion, but saying this was objective fact. Good ones won't do that. I've been really enjoying Traveler. So, a gamist game is fundamentally interested in challenging the player, right? So if you're going to do a really good gamist game, which could have lots of rules or not many rules. They tend to have more rules, but not necessarily. You want to present the player with challenges that they overcome. And if you overcome the challenges, you win. So there's a sense of winning in a gamist game, success. There's also a sense of challenges should be balanced, they should be fair. You should have fair challenges so that any combat is winnable. If you think about D&D, which is a very classic gamist game in many ways, the idea of a challenge rating, right? That if you go, like when I design a challenge for the players, I should make sure the challenge is balanced. It's a fair fight, right? So if you go into this fight, it should be a fair fight so they can then figure out how to solve the challenge with their superior tactics or whatever. Also, I think there's a reason why D&D had a lot of traps, because traps are gamist mechanics, right? So I present you with this trap. There's this weird thing with gravity. It's a puzzle, right? And then the players, you don't tend to have in D&D, people say, I'm going to roll intelligence because my character's very intelligent, solve the puzzle for me, right? Because that's not a particularly gamist way of going about things. It's that you, the player, like, okay, which levers do we pull? How do we solve this thing? And then you do, and you're like, yes, we did it, right? So a gamist game tends to be about the players using their knowledge, using their system mastery, and using their sort of skills to overcome fair challenges to get a sense of victory. If we want to take it out of games, I would say Agatha Christie novels, not all of them, but like quite a few Agatha Christie novels and certain mystery novels would be gamist experiences in that the author gives you all of the clues the reader needs to solve the mystery, and the reader's trying to solve the mystery before the detective in the book does. Their main priority is not necessarily like telling a big, huge, like reading a sort of a... Sherlock Holmes is not a gamist because the reader cannot solve the crime. The reader's reading to find out what Sherlock Holmes does, right? But if you're reading an Agatha Christie book, maybe, you actually are playing the game, right? You're trying to solve the thing, and there's no combat in that, but like that would be like the joy or the joy of a gamist game that you want to meet that challenge and win the challenge, right? And that would be like what you would get in a gamist game. No, not Adorno. And then narrative games try to recreate the experience of a novel or film. This is what Carlin is noting, yes. Hitting narrative tropes and following them. Gamist games they're about challenges overcoming and triumphs, right? So in a gamist game, in a narrativist game, one of the things that was like, because narrativist games really developed in the late 90s. There were a couple things beforehand you might sort of think about it, but really they're like an invention of the indie scene that came out of the Forge. Almost all the major indie games today have their roots in the Forge in some way, almost all of them. The major ones you can think about. So one of the things that really happened in narrativist games, is they introduced a lot of mechanics for the players to control story outside of their character, right? So a player can decide there's a bridge here. A player can decide this thing or that thing. And so narrativist games often require you to play not inside your character, but outside of your character to tell a story. So the question becomes, if I'm going to make a challenge, what kind of challenge? Balanced challenge is not what you're going to do in a narrativist game, right? In the story game. What you're going to do is, what kind of challenge makes sense for the story? So, for example, in the story, it's like there's the whole trope where if you meet the big bad at the very beginning of the story, you're going to lose that fight. The bad guy will run away, and then you're going to go through a training montage, and at the end, you're going to meet them again and beat them. So that means
Name game.
you're probably going to have the villain be almost impossible to beat. A very unfair challenge, impossible to beat in the beginning of the game if they meet them. And then the villain is going to run away and they're not going to be able to stop it because that's how the story goes. And then when you meet the villain at the end, you're going to adjust the villain's difficulty so that they can beat them in the heroic way at the end. The villain's just not going to be beaten before the end because that's not how the story goes. So you are going to sort of shift the challenge in a way so that it will match the kind of the experience of watching a novel, the thrill of watching a novel or reading a book. And you might do things like, if I'm playing a noir detective game, right? And I have a detective and the femme fatale comes in, I, as a player, and maybe also my character also knows that this person is a bad news, and so I would not fall for this femme fatale. But in the story, that's how the story goes. So I'm just going to make my character fall for the femme fatale so we can follow the story, the way we understand stories going. And if we do that, then we get all the, like, and if you do a story game, a narrativist game really well, you get the kind of epic, grand, satisfying, from the way we've been taught to understand satisfying stories, you get all those things. And many things that people would consider unsatisfying will just not happen in a narrativist game. It's one of the reasons why a lot of narrativist games will say, for example, player characters cannot die unless the player says they can, right? So that you will never die before the end or before you decide it would make sense for the story. So things like, you only die if it makes sense for the story. Only these happen if it makes sense for the story. So this idea that there's the decisions you're making are not based on what you as a player want to do to overcome the challenge or what you think your character might do necessarily, but what will make a good, satisfying story. So that, and narrativist games have game mechanics. They have system that allows that to happen. They very specifically and deliberately created mechanics to drive that forward, because that was part of the whole point of the original indie movement, was to sort of create new mechanics that would create that kind of a story. Like Good Society does. I think Good Society is brilliant. It does it really, really well. So let's see. It was the butler. Although it was the window in the study with the wrench, yeah. Nervous games rely a lot on yes and, which some folks take time to develop. But it's not just yes and, it's yes and to follow tropes. Because you can yes and in a gamist way, or you could yes and in a simulationist way. You could yes and, but the question is, what is your priority? If you're yes anding to fit within a traditional story structure, then it's narrativist. But you could yes and I yes and in a simulationist way all the time. I yes and all the time, but when I do, it's often in a simulationist way, i.e. somebody says, is this thing here? And I think, is it realistic within this world for this thing to be here? Yes, right? So I will often say yes to some things that people might not say in other spaces. Like I will yes and some things that narrativists would say no to and that gamists might say no to, right? And vice versa. You can always, the question is, what is the criteria with which you're deciding how things are supposed to work out? Is it based on a larger story structure? Is it based on fair challenges and overcoming challenges? Is it based on letting an experiment play out, right? And, right, those are different ways of approaching it. So you can yes and in different ways. Would you say Call of Cthulhu to be a narrativist game? No, I would not actually. And neither would the indie folks, actually. They wouldn't necessarily call it Look, there was a post, right, a whole thread in the Forge, which was where all these things started, that said that the two games that destroyed the RPG industry forever was, by the way, while we're here, I'm gonna just change the category. Change the category. I need to change the category. I'm gonna change my category to just chatting. I'm gonna do that right now, just in case. Oh, wrong one. Just chatting. Just because I might be, it might be 10 more minutes before I go. Okay, just in case. I got pulled away by a return for the end. I was also Odious. It's so good to see you, by the way. It's so good to see you. Technically, last night's Traveler episode was a hybrid nervous with game and story point challenges. No, I'm actually really good at. So we're missing. We have to talk about the third category, which is simulationism, which nobody talks about anymore. But there's a third category, which is tend to be where I tend to go. I guess I've also always found death a boring outcome. I like seeing how far players are willing to go sacrifice to reach their goals, and death robs us of some of those opportunities. Again, it's a different priority system, right? I don't care if your character dies, I care that they've achieved their goals or have decided that the objective is no longer attainable. Right, so a lot of this is about like, so Call of Cthulhu is a simulationist game. It's that other category that nobody talks about anymore because we've just gone back to like role play versus role play, ROL versus ROLE, and it's like all that. But there's a whole third category that people like were theorizing about, and that category is simulationism, which is about simulating something, right? It's about you determine the things based on what they would be within the thing that you're simulating, and then you see what happens. You don't tip your fingers on the scales anyway. You find out what happens. So if you're going to put together a conflict, in the gamist way, you're going to use a challenge rating to create a fair and balanced puzzle, which is your conflict, and they do what they do to sort of get out of it. In the narrativist game, what you do with that conflict is going to depend on what will make the better story. If it's a better story for the, like, maybe the players do not roll well, but it's a better story for the villain to die, so then they just die. Maybe the players roll really well, but it's a better story for the villain to escape, then the villain escapes. Maybe the characters would all die, but you don't like the idea of them dying, so then they just don't die. Like, you decide what makes the better story within the idea of the traditional classic, within the way that stories are told in books, films, and TV, right? So there's like a way in which stories are told in a classic 5-act narrative arc structure, 3-act narrative arc structure, and that's what you do. You sort of you frame it that way. But a simulationist way of doing things would be, okay, well, you went and decide to beat up some cops. Well, in this world, how strong are cops? Cops have this strength, so this is what strength they are. Like, not thinking about the characters at all or the story, but this is what they're like. And then you decide to attack them, so then we just see what happens. And it might be that you totally overpower the cops and then you just decimate them. Or it might be that you really are outclassed by the cops and they just slaughter you all. You just find out what happens. So the simulationist is about setting up a situation based on various parameters, and then finding out what happens. Which means the simulationist style can be very unsatisfying for both gamists and narrativists. Very unfun. It can be a very, very, very unfun experience for both of those other groups. So I am at my core a simulationist GM, although I have learned to GM in the other styles for those players who like that, so that if I'm playing with somebody who wants that experience, I can give that to them. But at my core, I'm a simulationist, which means I know very well that what I do will be very frustrating for certain types of players, which are players that I will not invite into a campaign that I'm running that is simulationist. Right, so that is a thing that I know. Reenacting the Battle of Midway. I have an English post to make about punctuation. I'm invoking Ludwig Borges' sketch on verbal punctuation. Oh. Death can be such an inconsequential consequence in some games when there's a system for resurrection. It's amazing when players come up with a more permanent consequence. I remember a session of Cullis where a villain died in the games years before they actually did in history. Yep, didn't damage the game at all. But so here's the thing. There are some things that happen. Because simulationism is not in our discourse anymore, and by the way, Call of Cthulhu, totally simulationist, because it's about, what it is simulating is the world of H.P. Lovecraft, right? But it's a very much it's what we would call a character simulation, in that you're sort of simulating the slow descent into madness of a person as they're trying to fight against these things, and we see how it goes. Vampire's also a simulationist game. By the way, this is why the indie folks really hate Call of Cthulhu a whole lot, is because people think it's a story game, but they would say it's not. That it actually is not a story game at all, and so they think it misrepresents narrativist games. Same thing with World of Darkness. But, so, if there is a thing that people say, and when they say it, I think, they're not simulationists. And the things they say are accepted as truths, generally speaking, which is part of the ways in which you can tell that simulation is not really sort of thought about or talked about as much anymore. Krellin said, I had my most frustrating moment with my Dark Heresy group when the GM did something for a gamism goal. Wanted to give you guys a challenge more than anything else that's happened, because Dark Heresy isn't gamist. Characters are not balanced. So a challenge that is confronted by the wrong character just demolishes them. Yeah. So if you are... Okay, let's talk about the why you would not like simulationism, because I think it's really important to know why people do not like your thing. I think it's very, very important. If you are a narrativist and you want a good arc, simulationism can seem unfocused and without a point. It can also be very unsatisfying. For example, if what you want is a good narrativist story where you have a rival who is your evil uncle who's stolen the kingdom from you, and your uncle like sneers, and you meet the uncle and like you banter your uncle, and you have to go through this whole arc, and at the very end, on top of a zeppelin, you fight your uncle, and then you destroy your uncle and you win, and everything is great, and that's the story that you want that will be satisfying. You will not be satisfied if you confront your uncle and then you just kill your uncle in the first act. But a simulation would say, but you killed your uncle. That's what happened. Like, you rolled, you had a really good plan to kill your uncle, and you ambushed your uncle, and then you killed your uncle. That's what happened, right? But they would find that very unsatisfying, because that's not how the story's supposed to go, right? You're supposed to actually, right, in their mind. They would also not find it very satisfying if the protagonist dies in the first act to a janitor. They would be like, that's not how it's supposed to go. That's a bad story. On the other hand, I was running something very simulations with a bunch of gamists. I had a bunch of gamists, and I was running something very simulations when I was very young. And this was like in the 80s, right before people had really talked about theorizing, so people didn't necessarily always know some of these things. And I certainly didn't. And the players who were very gamist went up against a street gang to get into a fight. They wanted to get a big fight, big street gang, right? But I described the street gang as teenagers, like in leather jackets with switchblades, like just teenagers, like real punks who were like not really experienced. And these were experienced cyberpunks. And they went into this combat with this gang and they just demolished them. They demolished them. It was really, really easy. And that gang of teenagers did not really put up a very good fight. They tried, but they just were not powerful people. And the heroes just destroyed them, and they felt very disappointed because they wanted a challenge to overcome. And I was not giving them that. I was giving them the world, right? And so if they wanted a challenge, they would have to choose to go and fight somebody more dangerous. But I was not going to make them, right? And they could also fight people who are way too dangerous that they should probably run away from. Gamists never like to run away from fights, because in a gamist system, you can every fight is a challenge that is winnable. So it would be unfair. Like the big joke, right? Bad GMs in D&D say rocks fall, everybody dies. That's unfair. That's unfair within that system, because you're supposed to actually just give everybody like a 75% chance or 65% chance of beating the thing. So they never should have to run away. That is kind of cheating, right? So now, mind you, I don't make anybody fight anybody. Like, you make your own choices. In Traveler last night, they could have gone guns blazing, which would have been really bad for them. It would have, I'm going to tell you now, if they'd gotten into a fight with no jump fuel, with a naval Imperial patrol cruiser, with two other naval Imperial patrol cruisers on other parts of the system, without the ability to jump out of the system, that would have been really bad for them. They also have, their ship is not fully repaired. So they have a third of the hull points of those patrol. Like, it would have been really bad for them. But I'm not going to tell them what to do one way or the other. Like, that is their choice, what they're going to do. And that's like the simulationist way of thinking about it. But if you want the heroic narrative, that's not going to be satisfying. If you want the game as challenge, that's just not going to be satisfying. You're just not going to enjoy yourself. And I know why people would not appreciate the style that I like to play when I'm doing this. And it's important that I know it. Because if I don't know why people will not enjoy my style, I cannot GM for them in a different style. So if I know people are like that, I'm going to just have to GM differently. And I'm going to pick different systems and a different setup. And I'm going to frame it completely differently so that they can get what they want, which is not that, right? And yes. Unless it's one of those wise kung fu janitors, yes, Odious, yes, it does. But then that wise kung fu janitor is only there for the story. Do you know what I mean? Like, it has to be there for a reason. Anyone expecting a challenge in 40K and for disappointment, the universe out to murder you? That is also true. Hescape says, Trooper, I want to see you GM or being a player in an Unknown Armies campaign. Although probably a very dark story, I think it's a great system for a simulation game. So here's the thing. I have every single edition of Unknown Armies. About the first edition, about the second, I have every single edition of Unknown Armies. I think it is a simulationist game. It has, yeah. What's tricky is that it's one of the reasons, what's so fascinating about Unknown Armies is that there were a number of games that were independent games that came out right before the indie movement hit big, or right around the indie movement, that might seem like narrativist games, but are actually simulationist games. And we're looking at Unknown Armies, Vampire, a number of these games right there in the 90s, sort of early to mid 90s, are doing really cool character stuff, really cool character exploration. And they're not actually narrativist games. Simulationist games are about exploration. They're about exploration, and you just find out what happens, and what you find out might be a dead end, and then you go somewhere else. And that's going to be very different from the sort of the agenda from the other two styles, let's say, generally speaking. Yeah. I told you they were kids with gangbangers for a Switchblade, but yes, but the thing is, that's not, if your expectation is for an equal challenge, it's not considered fair, really, to not do that. Do you know what I mean? Like, there are these expectations, but the thing about, and by the way, this is why I will always say that there was value in what came out of the Forge. Not everything, right? But nobody was having these conversations. People were not talking about games this way, which meant that people were playing at the same table together, but fundamentally playing different games and not having fun. I am not going to be like a fascist about it, like some people were, but I think that having a space to actually recognize different agenda, difference between actor stance and author stance and director stance, to talk about, or Robin Law's ways of thinking about players, the butt kicker versus the tactician, all the different ways in which people have tried to sort of like theorize games, gives people more language with which to do some self-assessment and think, oh, that's what I actually enjoy. I enjoy this thing. I should maybe make sure I play with players who also like that thing or will complement that thing. I think it just makes it more likely that people will be able to get the games they like and the play experiences they like if we stop assuming that all games are the same and are doing the same thing, which for the longest time we sort of did, you know? My character has different goals than I, the player, do. My character will pursue goals that I do not want him to achieve for a long time because the struggle is what I want to play. But see, playing that struggle is actually a particular stance, right? In a narrativist, if you're going to be doing narrativism right, it doesn't actually really matter what your player's goals are. You can take them into account, but what matters is your goal as a storyteller, right? Your goal as a storyteller will always trump your character's goals, always. It doesn't matter in the end what your character wants, because you will change it. Like, if your character wants X day one, but it's better for the story for them to want Y, then you just change it to be Y, because the character is not as important as the arc. That's right. And then in a gamist game, it's very interesting, actually. In a gamist game, what the player wants also takes precedence of what the character wants, because it's actually about your skills. It doesn't matter. And actually, a lot of D&D players will get really irritated if you're like, well, my character... Do you remember in a campaign 1 of Critical Role, if you ever watched it, it's very interesting. So in campaign 2 of Critical Role, when Sam Riegel was playing Not, who was afraid of water, and there was a challenge where all the players had to dive under the water to get to this other chamber where there was a big, huge fight. And Sam was like, Not's not going to go. We didn't know that at the time because Not had been drowned to death and had this massive phobia of water. And Sam was like, my character would not dive under the water to get into the other room to participate in this fight. And people lost their minds because in a gamist game, you do not do that. Because the challenge is built for all of the characters together, and all of that character stuff is fine and well to sort of do with, but it's like, it should not be interfering with the challenge, right? Because if you do not pull your weight in a gamist game where the challenge was built around 5 players and you don't show up, the party might TPK because you didn't do your job, right? And that's not being a good player within that mindset. Or if you're like, oh yeah, my character just forgot about their things, you're like, it's not actually not about it's not about your character that much, right? It's about us fighting together and using all the tools at our disposal. So if you come at a gamist game fully simulationist or fully narrativist in those ways, you're going to mess up the game and people are going to be unhappy with you. They may not know why or be able to articulate it, but they're like, what are you doing? In the same way that if you're doing a narrativist game and we know that what we're supposed to do is the way the story is supposed to go is that you are supposed to get caught or whatever it is, right? Like part of the trope is that, your spy gets caught and then the whole Mr. Bond trap, and we all know it, so we're supposed to do it. And you're like, no, absolutely not. I will not be caught. I'm going to fight to the death because this is a challenge that I think I should be able to win. You're kind of messing up the thing, everybody. Like you're messing up the game for the rest of the group. Same thing with the simulationist. If we're playing simulationist and we're supposed to explore and find out what happens, and you're supposed to play realistically, simulation tends to go a little bit more with what the character wants over what the player wants, to be honest. And it's one of the only, which is probably why I end up feeling like, a lot of narrativism and gamism are very, very different, but in many ways they're very, very similar. They have a lot in common, even though it manifests very differently, which is, I think, one of the reasons why they sort of dominate the discourse, because they kind of are actually very similar in many ways. So all of a sudden, bringing in these other things, we'll be like, hold on a second. That's not right? Like, so like there's a way in which if you're in a space and this is the goal of what you want, playing in one of these different styles is going to mess up the game, right? And cause it to be unfun for other people. Especially when it really, like there are like minor things that won't clash, but there are some big things that will clash and cause trouble. And so I feel like knowing these differences enables you to manage. And as a GM, if I'm running something and I realize that I have narrativist players, I'm going to change how I GM. Because I know that what they want is certain things. And so I'm just going to give them certain things. Continuity is going to go out the window. I'm not going to care about continuity as much. I'm not going to care about equal challenge or balance. There are a bunch of things I'm just not going to care about because they don't care about it. What they want is a particular story, so I'm going to give them that story. And if you want this, I will give it to you, right? And that's, right? But if I know I'm playing a gamist game, and I realized my players are gamists, I was like, I need to actually change what I'm doing as well. Because I know this is what they're going to want to have fun, so I need to actually change my approach to give them that thing. And I try really hard to make sure that I don't have radically mixed groups, because that often does not work out particularly well. Yeah. Coldrake, they attacked the gang of level 0 imp. Yes, they did. Tommy says, I'm thankful that if I throw something massive at the start of the story to build tension and cause a long-term plot, they happily know about knowing they'll get a chance later. But that's because that's a style of gaming, right? And they expect that. Other styles of gaming do not expect that and will get mad, actually, if you throw something at them that's unfair and then they all TPK because they're like, and you'll be mad that they TPK'd because they should have run, right? You know what I mean? Like, they're like some kind of fundamentally different ways of dealing with some of these things that, if you've not really talked about it, can lead to misunderstandings and then conflict. Yeah, Artie says, it's why Firaxis ended up scrapping the first version of Midnight Suns they made, which was pretty much XCOM with Marvel characters, as these heroes missing a lot of attacks just felt terrible. So they ended up changing the system. They ended up using it, as it felt much better for the game they wanted to make. Absolutely, right? And sometimes missing will make sense, and sometimes it doesn't. Sometimes missing feels good, sometimes it really doesn't, depending on what the assumptions are. Krellin says, and by the way, my character was the one he was trying to challenge. Oh, interesting. He had way more armor than the rest of the group, so my frustration was when someone else's character died because of my challenge. Yes. Which, by the way, Krellin, this is why a lot of gamist games, D&D works as a gamist game because all PCs are combat capable, right? You never have a situation like you might have in Rifts or GURPS and some other things where somebody is really good at combat and somebody has zero combat skills. And if you get into a fight, that person is just going to die, right? In D&D, they have made it so that is, and so there's a kind of a uniformity of character that allows you to challenge characters a bit more consistently, right? And that's one of the reasons why it works for a lot of people, right? Yeah, every edition has escaped every edition. I think my Shit Happens GM style might be Voice Smoker. Shit Happens is a simulationist GM style, which is great for people who like it. Not great for people who don't like it. But people who like it, it is great. Wandering DM says, I think there is a thing to say, too, about mixing genres. You can introduce narrativist tropes in a gamist game and gamist principles in a simulationist game. Needs care not to overdo it and sort of to tip over into a different genre you started with. But, you can add game mechanics to a narrativist games. Here's the thing. Narrativist games have game mechanics. They just have narrativist game mechanics for the most part. And when people say, oh, but you can mix these genres, what they're usually talking about is mixing genres in superficial ways, right? Everybody wants to argue, oh, it's fine, you can mix and match those things. They're usually talking about those moments where these things don't conflict. That's usually what they mean. Because when they do conflict, you kind of can't mix them. And I always think about, I'm not going to be rigid like Edwards, but I will note there are moments when there is a conflict, and I think that is the core of the difference between those spaces. When somebody says, I can put in a little bit of narrative frosting on my gamist game and people will be fine, but the minute that player decides not to get into that conflict and everybody TPKs because they were doing what their character would do in a simulationist way, people are going to be real mad. They're going to be mad. And I'm going to tell you this. Before I read my Forge Theory, when I was a very big simulationist player, because I'm a very simulationist player, I was causing trouble in my D&D games. And it was a problem, right? It was a problem. I was causing trouble. I was the problem because I was like, well, I actually don't want to take that. I don't want to take that prestige class. My character, I had this character, and the character was a mob boss, and so there was a Thieves Guild Master prestige class, and I wanted to take that one because that's who my character was. And they're like, but that prestige class does not add to our value in combat. If you take that prestige class, because now we're level 20, you are going to be underpowered, and that will cause us all to die. Do not do that. We really want you to take Master Thrower, because Master Thrower will aid the game. And so my insistence on playing my character in a simulationist way was ruining the game for everybody else. So that was not mixable. I could be as simulationist as I wanted as long as it did not interfere with gamisms, i.e. I could be a simulationist on the side, which ended up being what I learned how to do, right? Basically do my simulationism in a diary or on the side, so as not to mess up, or only play characters whose internal world made them a min-maxer, right? And then I could sort of balance it. But I was the problem. They were not the problem. They were playing their game. It's just that nobody ever talked about playing games that way. So I didn't have the vocabulary to understand what was happening. And I thought I was playing a role-playing game, right? But what I was doing was I was messing up their game. And so I ended up playing the way they wanted me to, and I just wasn't having any fun because I didn't understand what gamism was about, and they didn't understand what simulationism was about. And if I'd understood it, what I realized is that I just really should not be playing simulationists with them because that was not going to be fun for them. So if I wanted to play with them, which is ended up what happening, I would just have to play gamist because what I wanted to do would mess up the game. And once I learned enough, I realized I should A, not play with them, or B, I need to play their game, right? And that was the thing. Like you can there's like superficial things you can do to mix that will not mess up the core thing, but there are things where it's just too much, it's too far, and it will ruin the game for the players. And I never want to ruin the game for the players. And like I have to be very mindful of that, you know what I mean? And when you have a mixed group, some things work better than others, right? Like Blades in the Dark is pretty good for a mixed group of gamists and narrativists. Although some narrativists will get upset, or some like you can like Blades, you can mix some things in there, but there'll be moments where you're gonna have to really work really hard. It's a lot of hard work to sort of mix those agenda and make them work in a way that will not have people be upset. You have to work real hard. It's better to curate your players, actually, is what I would say. Dow says, though story is what is primary for me, I look for simulation GMs as a story I'm looking for is one that emerges without a deterministic path. Just having other players to bounce off of is not enough. For those of us that enjoy this style, it is the consistency of the simulation, the mise en scène, that grounds the story. Not sure what that's simulationism. Dow, that's simulationism. One of the things that gamists and simulationists resented about the new narrativist indie scene is that the indie scene said, basically, only we have story. But that's not true. You just have a different kind of story. Stories emerge from gamist games, and stories emerge from simulationist games. They're just different kinds of stories. And I like the kind of story that emerges from a simulationist game. You get a kind of story that doesn't follow the 3-act structure, that does different things than you would get in either one of the other two kinds of games. The way the story develops is just different. And I like that story. Those styles absolutely have story. They just don't have story in the same way. And when people were being condescending, they basically implied that nobody else has story. That's not really, that's just like a war game, which is not fair. When I listened to old school D&Ders, back in the day when I was playing D&D, super gamist, and I would listen to D&D players tell about their games, there was definitely a story there. It was just a different kind of story. It's the same way with a simulationist game. It's a story. It's just a different kind of story. And it may not be satisfying for everybody, but it's a different kind of story. And the very first time I ever played a narrativist game, I was very unsatisfied. I was very unhappy. I did not like it. I was very unhappy. And the reason why is because the GM decided that my character died at the end of this story. In a very heroic, epic sacrifice, where there was a big portal, shut the portal, da-da-da. And the thing is, we rolled to find out whether my character would live or die. And I rolled, and my character lived. And the GM said, no, it doesn't fit the story. And so my character died. And I was like, I do not like this. I don't like this. Because that was not what I wanted, right? I didn't want... Similarly, if my character died, and the GM said, no, it doesn't fit good for the story for your character to die, your character lives, I would also have been very unhappy. Because that's not the kind of story I want. I want an emergent story that works in a different way. And narrative stories do not tend to satisfy the kind of story I want. It's not that only, so you know what I mean? Like it's about how do you think of what a story is really, right, the way to ponder that. Yeah. The team is more important than the individual in some games, absolutely, yeah. PH, the fun thing about Not is that the gang figured out she wasn't a goblin real fast, but Sam wasn't ready for that revelation to see the light, so they moved away from it, right? And that's narrativist, right? That was pure narrativism, where they're like, okay, here's the story arc. Sam doesn't want to reveal it yet. It's not the story that Sam wants to tell, so Sam is going to wait. So we're all going to wait, right? Because they are Critical Role. This is really interesting about Critical Role, because Critical Role mixes all three of those styles, although often not simultaneously. So they often don't do it at the same time. They often go full gamist when they go into combat, which was why the Not thing was a little bit weird. They go super narrativist otherwise, and then Matt himself is very simulationist when he's gymming everything else, right? So like his combat's very gamist, everything else is very simulationist, the plays get very narrativist. And what ends up happening is that they end up switching modes back and forth between the different ones. They don't tend to do them at the same time. And here's what's really interesting. This is why by the way, I would say, you will often get people critiquing Critical Role in the exact opposite way. You'll have old school gamers say, that's not really D&D. All they do is just sit around acting. There's no real game. It has just no game to it. And I was like, I don't have you actually watched it, but they're fixating on the parts where they're doing their narrative stuff, right? And then you'll have some narratives being like, oh yeah, but Critical Role is not really a really good narrative game because all they do is like 4-hour combats, which they also do, right? But there's a way in which Critical Role ends up like flip-flopping between these phases in a way that doesn't necessarily integrate them, which allows people to critique them in ways that are not really accurate or fair. And it's why people have said things like they should just not play D&D, but actually they should. Right, this is the people are like, I remember the people are like, if they just played any other game, it would be just as popular. And I was like, I don't think that's true, because people think, oh, people are only watching them because they're famous. They will watch them play anything. But if you've watched Critical Role chat and you've read it, or the Reddits, many Critical Role reviewers are very invested in the gamist mechanics of D&D. It's not like they don't care about the D&D's. Some of them might not, but a lot of them really do. And like you saw it when Not wouldn't go under the water, or when somebody does something wrong with their build, or they don't think you should. Like, a lot of the audience really cares about the gamism, and people assume that they don't. So there's a lot of like interesting sort of like hybridity that happens in Critical Role that ends up causing the audiences to get distressed. And most of the time, the players are good with the switches. Sometimes there are little hiccups when they sort of miss the switch, but for the most part, they're pretty on board. Sometimes, right, there are. And the audience often doesn't like it. The audience especially doesn't like it when somebody is being either narrativist or simulationist and does something that causes people to die. And they, right, because they're like, yeah, it's interesting. Oh, I hope somebody kill some bots. Is that bot killed? Is that bot killed? Bot. Let me ban this bot if they've not been banned already. I'm going to ban this bot as well. You're banned. Let me just ban some bots here. We're going to just ban you too. Ban the bots. Here you go, banning some bots. Oh, more banning of bots. Where did all these bots come from? We're banning them. I feel like this is a sign. No, you're banned. Also, you are also banned. Just banning all the bots. Just banning them. Good, banned. We're talking. We moved the game to talking a little bit of theory. 10 minutes wrap. Okay, yeah. I'm gonna go. I'm gonna wrap up. I'm gonna get some like food. Either use the dice for the story, or don't use the dice, or use dice that specifically tell the story the way you want to tell it. Do you know what I mean? Like, and there are dice systems that do that, but like, do the thing. Yeah. So like Matt's world is simulationist, but his combats are gamist, and then a lot of the players end up sort of like rolling into narrative. So like it's this kind of interesting hybrid that sometimes causes trouble. Yeah, GMs shouldn't be making decisions like that for players, which is probably why I'm mostly simulationist. But actually the thing is, there are many players who are actually fine with that. And they actually want you to do that if what it does is keeps them alive. Do you know what I mean? Like that, sometimes they do want that. Wizard says, this is kind of what my main takeaway from the classification has always been. I don't agree that there is a game that is entirely gamist, narrativist, or simulationist. I see those terms as ideal types. In the way the term is used in social sciences, absolutely. You won't find something that's 100% gamist in the wild. But the hypothetical idea of a completely gamist system or campaign can help you understand what you actually see in reality. Absolutely. And I agree completely. 100%. Yes. But I will note, again, it's for me, it's those choke points. Right? I think that if you want to know, I think there are a lot of games where like, I don't know if that's gamist or not gamist, right? And I think sometimes it's the choke point, right? It's the choke point where you figure it out. And the other thing that's, I think, really tricky about gamism, simulationism, and narrativism is that it was meant to describe games, but I have to say, and this would be me saying this, I think it really also describes a game master's interaction with those games, right? I run Fate more simulationist than most people do, right? I found a way to run Fate in a simulationist way, and I do. Some people would argue that I'm running Fate wrong because Fate is a narrativist game. But I think that Fate does both, because one of the game designers was a simulationist and one of the game designers was a narrativist, and they kind of put them both in there. And as Fate has developed, Fate has become more narrativist. If you look at the language between Fate Core and Fate Condensed, for example, or Fate Accelerated, but there's clearly been a shift towards narrativism in the subsequent rewritings, but there is a core in there that can be simulationist, and I tend to lean that way. So I actually think that these types are not. There are both the game itself, but also the way that you shape the game, because I think that actually also matters. So I think you can kind of push it more one way or the other. And in the end, I actually think it's the choke points where you can kind of see where not in terms of pure, but in terms of priority. Like, what is the priority of this game? So rather than saying something is 100% some way, I think you could say this game has a priority, or the game is sort of a little bit, incoherent and doesn't exactly have a priority. And so when you get to those choke points, there might be problems, which in the end was really, if you want to be very generous to Ron Edwards in The Forge, in the end, I think that's what he was really trying to say. That there are moments when there are choke points and you kind of have to know what your priority is so that you have a game that is coherent and consistent so that people don't get frustrated or get the wrong impression about what's going on. I don't want to be like, about it. But I think if you want to be very generous, what he's saying is you should figure out what your priorities are and make sure you create mechanics that support those priorities. And when the priorities don't come up, it's cool, do whatever. But when they do come up in those choke points, then you kind of have to know what's up. Do you know what I mean? And I kind of feel like that's like the fairest kind of way. It's not a straitjacket, but like directions and priorities, right? Yeah. I think CR could get away with a D&D clone or adjacent game now that they have their fame, but yeah, D&D is definitely a factor. I think so too. Man, I try to stay a million light years away from Critical Role Reddit. Oh, I don't hang out on Critical Role Reddit at all. I actually don't see a lot of Critical Role fans in my feeds either. I'm not really up on what the Critical Role fan discourse is, but I see it in chat sometimes, and especially now that I have to watch on their channel so I can see what they're saying. I really care when the players forget their abilities, and Matt lets them, because I'm a simulationist and I don't like when characters aren't consistent. Yes. This is actually very interesting what Crone says, because this is where the GM priorities come into account, actually. So a gamist GM often will not remind the players when they forget their abilities, because it's the player challenge. If you as a player forget that ability, you need to learn better, right? Because that's the challenge, right? That is the challenge. It's the player versus the challenge. And you as a player have to remember your abilities. As a simulationist GM, I am going to remind them of their abilities, because I don't think it's realistic in the simulation for that character not to remember that they can do that thing. The player may forget, but for me, my priority is that there's a realism. And so if I know as a GM that the character would know a thing or would remember to do a thing, but the player doesn't, I'm going to remind the player, because that is my priority for what I'm looking at, right? And I suppose a narrativist GM, I suppose, would remind them if it would impact the story, right? But if it wouldn't impact a story, they might not, because also a nervous player may not use abilities if it doesn't work for the story, but then might use them if it would. Do you know what I mean? Like, so like there's like just slightly different priorities about how you go about making decisions and how you help players or don't or whatever, you know? So I feel like it's just about like your priority system, like where you're sort of looking and sort of in those moments. Okay, I'm going. When you have to do something, okay, what is the game type influenced? Is the game type influenced if the game is diceless? Well, that's such a good question. So here's what I will say. I'm going to say a thing that is a misconception that is often true, but not necessarily true. People tend to equate diceless and rules light with narrativist, and crunchy lots of rules with gamist. And everyone forgets that simulationist exists because we like binaries. And it is true. And I will say that simulationist games tend to have more rules than gamist games. Not necessarily, but often. And gamist games tend to have more rules because that's part of the challenge of system mastery. And many narrativist games don't have rules or are very rules light or might be diceless. However, that is, those two things are not the same. You can have a narrativist game that is very crunchy, and you can have a simulationist game that is very rules light, or a gamist game that is very rules light. They don't have to be aligned. And there are examples here and there of games that are different, that don't, that, like, you know, that are different that way. It's just that they tend to flow that way. And I think Ron Edwards was talking to me. It's like, look, if you want a simulation game where these things matter, you're probably going to more often than not have a few more rules, right? Like, if what's important to you is in your simulation is like encumbrance, you're going to have encumbrance rules, but encumbrance is rarely important in a narrativist game, unless it is that one time, in which case you probably don't need full rules for it, just the one-time thing, right? So it tends to be the case that that is the case, but it is not necessarily so. Burning Wheel is pretty crunchy, and that's a narrativist game. And you can run rules light in simulationist ways, right? So it tends to be that way, so people tend to conflate them, but they're not necessarily the same. You can do it other ways. It's just, what are the rules that you have, and how do you go about them? What do the rules do? Yeah. Do you know what I mean? Yeah. Okay. Yeah, I like to remind players about things for similar reasons, and also because I throw a lot of at them and I realize it can be confusing sometimes. Yeah. Okay, this is great, but I need to go. Yeah, you're right. I get some food. This is true. Fate is pretty darn crunchy for a game that leans heavy on narrativism. In some ways, it's not that crunchy. I added crunch to it because I wanted more stuff, but you can like, at a very base level, we can be like, okay, make a character. You've got 5 aspects. That's it. And then you just roll these dice. And you can actually, if you just do accelerate, there's no skills at all. But if you do have skills, you have very few skills. I added more skills because I wanted a bit more distinction between players. But yeah, actually, you can run Fate pretty uncrunchy. It's a pretty uncrunchy game. I added crunch so I could get what I wanted out of it. Optional crunch, they've got options. But you can run it pretty. And actually, people actually also like to say, you don't have to make your character at start. All you need is your high concept, and you can just make everything up in game. So you can run it pretty uncrunchy if you want. I mean, it's not as uncrunchy as like Lasers versus Feelings, but I think of those like micro RPGs. It's way less crunchy than Cypher. It's way less crunchy than a lot of other games. I actually think in terms of crunch, it's pretty comparable to PBTA. It's certainly less crunchy than Blades in the Dark, I would say. Yeah. Yeah, but like with GURPS, a lot of the rules are there for you to slot in and out. Yes, but I think the difference is that by default, a lot of players don't use those extra rules, and sometimes mock you if you do. You know? I have things I want to say, but we need to stop. Okay. The last thing I want to say is, when I was on GURPS forums and someone was like, I want to play, I'm coming from a D&D and I want to sort of play maybe some dungeons and with like all the encumbrance, all that stuff. And what should I do? People are like, here are 18 books. Use them all, which they don't need. When people walk into the Fate forums, when somebody says, I'm coming from D&D and I want to play like a dungeon crawl, what they tend to say is, and like I want to have like equipment and I want to have like magic swords. What they say is, we don't have that in Fate, which is not true. There are options out there for magic swords and all of that. But what they tend to say is, no, we don't have equipment in Fate. That's just not the Fate way. Everything is an aspect. You just don't do that. That's not how we do it. Maybe you should play Savage Worlds instead. And the thing is, all those things that people tend to say, we don't have that in Fate because Fate's a narrativist game and you should play something else instead, are things that are options. They're in the Fate system toolkit. They are there. Almost every single thing except for the faction system that I did in Kolos, I pulled from different spaces. Interpretation is mine. I actually reinterpreted things, but they're there. They're optional. But if you go to the central Fate forums, which are really dominated by narrativists, they tend to tell you those things do not exist. Fate is better if you do not use them. And that's not what Fate does. But Fate actually can do those things, and those things do exist. There's a bit of a limit, right? Like, you probably are not going to be getting a Vancian magic system out of Fate anytime soon. But, like, Fate is interpreted to be way more narrativist than I think it has to be. And part of that is really sort of denying a lot of the optional crunch as being real Fate. Which is the opposite of GURPS, where they're like, add more stuff. And I was like, no, you don't have to add all the stuff, right? So like, it's just interesting to me to see two very opposite ways of addressing new players, where GURP tends to overwhelm you with like, oh, have all this stuff, it's so fun. And like, they don't, it's not that they want you to buy books, they're just very excited and they want you to have all this stuff. Whereas Fate's like, don't add stuff. You should probably play PBTA or Savage Worlds. So it's a different, and I thought that was very interesting. Also, by the way, Krellin, I quit the Fate Discord because that was far too frustrating, upsetting. And I have, for the most part, stopped looking at Fate Reddit because it's very dispiriting. So we should just, this is just a little chat. Fate people are the real problem that Fate has, which is the case with a lot of games, to be honest. So, Fate purists, kind of like D&D game that still believe D&D 1.0 was the only, yes. The only thing I think is interesting is I just think it's really fascinating how the purists for different games are different, right? That's all. Like those people, and this is my last thing, then I'm going, because I've got some roast beef in the kitchen I'm going to nuclearize. There was a person who, when Critical Role played Monster Hearts, said, they're playing Monster Hearts wrong. They're playing it like it's D&D. This is not how you play Monster Hearts. They should not be playing Monster Hearts. If you do not follow the author's intent, you should not play this game. They said that, right, when Critical Role played Monster Hearts. Recently, they also said, I can't believe this famous company is not playing Monster Hearts or some indie game. And I was like, you can't yell at people when they play Monster Hearts because they don't play the way you like, and then be surprised when they don't play Monster Hearts.
We're in the money.
But they didn't appreciate that. They did not appreciate me saying, you can't have it both ways. And they said, why are you defending the man? And I was like, I'm just saying you're inconsistent in your logic. Also, apparently we're leaving. Right, the creator said they played it fine. That's the thing. The creator said they really enjoyed it. They said that they should have played it. They should have not had a plot because that's not how you play it, which I'm like, but they were very happy that their game got coverage and got people to watch, to know about their game and then buy their game. They were very happy for that. But the Monster Heart fans were apparently livid. And I was like, wow, what is this? What is this? Okay, I'm going to sing. I'm going to sing right now. I'm going to do the Nuke and Dinner. I'm going to sing. I know, I've missed you all. Like, look, I've missed you all. Okay, so, to be fair, why does it matter what the creator's opinion? That's my opinion. I kind of don't care what the creator thought. Do you know what I mean? Like, but, you know, and they were like, but a lot of the indie game scene, much like the early game scene, by the way, there's a lot of similarity between them, are very auteur-driven, right? Gary Gygax, Vincent Baker, right? There's a very sort of like personality-driven kind of thing, which is very, it is what it is. You know what I mean? It is what it is. And that drives a lot of behavior in multiple scenes. I just feel like nobody's covered in glory. However, we just did get a resub, so I'm gonna sing. Yeah, I'm gonna sing. We've got a name game. We've got a name game right here going on right now. Yes, indie games are very auteur, but actually so is the weird cult of Gary Gygax in a historically inaccurate way. So like what I think is really fascinating about these groups that are like at odds with each other, who hate each other very much or whatever, they're very similar. They have a lot in common. That's all I'm saying. They have a lot in common for groups that sort of dislike each other so very much. That said,
Name game.
I'm gonna sing. Come on, everybody. I said, now let's play a game. I bet you I can make a rhyme out of anybody's name. The first letter of the name, I treat it like it wasn't there. And then a B or an F, or an M will appear. And then I say fo at a B, then I say the name, then banana, fanner, and fo. Then I say the name again with an F, very plain. Then a fee, fi, and a mo. And then I say the name again with an M this time, and there isn't any name that I can't rhyme. Odious, 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 bobodious, banana, fana, fofodious, fee, fi, momodious. Odious, But if the first two letters are ever the same, I drop them both and say the name. I like Bob. Bob drop the B's, Bo, or Fred. Fred drop the F's for Red. Oh, Mary, Mary drop the M's, Mo, airy. That's the only rule that is contrary. Barentor, 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 Bo, Arentor, Banana, Fana, for Farentor, Fee, Fi, Mo, Marentor. Barentor. The name game. Yay. Yay. I do believe, however, we also have a We're in the Money. Side note, by the way, just real quick side note. This is the first day I've had in a couple of weeks where I didn't have something extra also to do, like go to a meeting, do a thing, go a thing. And so like, I just want, I really appreciate being able to hang out with you and relax and just like have a really nice time. And once I sing We're in the Money, I'm gonna go and eat some roast beef, maybe get some groceries coming in so I can have some ice cream or something, and maybe like take an hour to chill where I'm eating before I go and do some work. But like, I just want to let you know, it's been really nice to be able to just sort of chill and relax a little bit. It was very what was needed. So thank you. And so I'm going to sing We're in the Money as sung by Ginger Rogers in the film Gold Diggers of 1933, which means I'm singing it in Pig Latin. Airway and hey, the anime. Airway and hey, the anime. Ewe at gale at way of way at way at weeks to tit gale on way. Airway and hey, the anime. The ice skates are on, say. Old me and the aviation pray, ooh, are ooh, the US stand my young rayo. Even every it red lands late, if we had brands late, ooh, day. And when we see the end, the other will look like the I got written the IA. We're in the money, we're in the money. We've got a lot of what it takes to get along. Y'all, here's what you gotta know. I'm leaving on a jet plane. I'm not actually leaving on a jet plane. I'm just going. But tomorrow at 8 p.m. Eastern, over at Praxagora the Smophores channel, will be Witcher Roads Home. And we're in a siege. And there's a little bit of trouble. And we're going to have to find out what happens. So you can see me there. Monday at 8:30 p.m. Eastern, over at Wandering DMs, will be Montreal by Night for some vampire shenanigans. Wednesday night at 8:30 p.m. Eastern over at High Shelf Collective will be some Cyberpunk Red. And then Friday will be the finale of Traveler, 7 p.m. over my channel here. Will be the finale of Traveler Pirates of Drynax. And I hope to be announcing what we'll be doing in our break. I have to DM some people. That's what I've got to do today. I'm going to DM some people. That's what I'm going to do. So, my friends, oh, you know what? It is that time we should probably raid somebody because I don't always get to raid. I don't like to raid if I can't really, say hey. So I don't usually raid after the RPGs because I'm usually, talking to cast afterwards. So we're going to raid, and we're going to raid Pod by Night. So I want us to give some love over there to Dot and them because they are doing some excitement, and so we're going to give them a raid. So don't forget our raid command, and raid. That's our raid command if you are a member of the channel. And I will catch you on the flip side, and we are going to go and give some love and take care of yourselves, stretch and hydrate, and be kind to yourself and to your friends and your neighbors. Tell people you love them, do a favor for somebody, and I will catch you all on the flip side. Bye, everybody. Ciao. Goodbye. Bye. Bye.
Name game.